any good acting has behavior with it.
Nate, why? Why such bitterness? What have I done to you? Get out! You're no nephew of mine. As far as I'm concerned, you're as dead as that wretch Cermak.
You have to embellish the words with a certain amount of gravity. Because we're talking about things that are really important here, that are kind of secret. There's a natural kind of darkness when you talk about noir. You know, it's great. I love it.
Although edited for television, tonight's thriller contains scenes of suspense and violence which may be unsuitable for young viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Observations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, Imagination Connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your sommelier of sci-fi and cinema, your evangelist of the imagination and the perhaps never to be defined existential Mr. Rogers. That's right, me, Robert Meyer Burnett. And this is Robservations, episode 1100. 1100. I thought I was going to be back here in, like, what, December? But here we are, finally, here we are, and I'm coming at you, right here from the Robservatory, you Imagination Connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post-Geek Singularity community. Yeah, we're going to talk about Star Wars. Go figure. You know, I'm in a Star Wars kind of mood, you know, it is tomorrow, after all, is the real Star Wars Day, May 25th, where this day, 49 years ago, Star Wars debuted on a Wednesday in only, if memory serves, I want to say 35 theaters. It might have been 38 theaters. That's right, folks. Star Wars only opened in 38 or 35 theaters. Somebody can correct me in the chat. That's true. Because they did not know what they had. And no one knew if the film was going to be a success. Famously, the story was that George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, George Lucas was so convinced the movie was not going to do well that he and Steven Spielberg retreated to Hawaii to sort of ride the wave of failure, which they never, of course, had to do. History proved them wrong. For me, I was 10. I was in Mrs. Walton's 4th grade class at Island Park Elementary School on Mercer Island, Washington. You know, I turned 10. 10 days. My birthday is May 15th. My real birthday was 9 days ago. I turned 10 just before Star Wars came out. And at that time, for the last 5 years before that, I had been forged in fire to become an imagination connoisseur. I loved movies. I was watching, this is so weird to go back and talk about this, but it was only in 5 years. I started watching Star Trek. I started watching The Twilight Zone. I saw Planet of the Apes for the first time. The year before Star Wars came out, when I was 9, my mom took me to the John Dance Theater in Bellevue, Washington to see Logan's Run, which was mind-blowing. There were movies I begged to see that my parents would not take me to. I remember hearing radio ads for The Exorcist, and there was no way that they were going to take me to that. I was like 6 or something. But it was a really interesting time, and I had started to read a lot. In my 4th grade class, Mrs. Walton she started reading John Christopher's Tripods trilogy. It's a quadrilogy now, but it was a trilogy then. And it was so frustrating because she would read to us after, we had 2 recesses, and it was after lunch recess, we would come back in from recess, and she would read for half an hour. And it was slow going, man. And I love those books so much. And I went and bought those books very quickly. And of course, I've told this story before, but I joined the science fiction book club, and I started to work my way through classic science fiction. And back then, some of the first books I got was The Sword of Shannara. I got the Foundation trilogy. I got Dune, because they would sell you the first 3 Dune books, because there was only 3 Dune books when I joined the sci-fi book club. God Emperor of Dune didn't come out until years later. So in a way, I mean, I lived through so much of these formative years, and it was a part of me. I was really into it. Even as a 10-year-old, I was really into it. I had the Star Trek Concordance, B. Joe Trimmel's Star Trek Concordance. I was memorizing all the episodes of Star Trek by name, and I was into it. So when Star Wars was coming out, I felt the movie was for me. Like somebody made a movie that was clearly for me, because it had everything I could possibly have wanted. Now, you have to remember, this was a world where Star Wars didn't exist, which is a strange place to be, especially if you're not Gen X, because if you're a millennial or you're Gen Z, Star Wars always existed when you were born. But to have this conversation, I want you to try and put yourself into a mindset where Star Wars did not exist, because that means there was no Dark Horse Comics, there was no Splinter of the Mind's Eye yet, there was no Lando Calrissian and the Mind Harp of Sharu, there was no Han Solo at Star's End, there was nothing. There was no Thrawn trilogy, there was no droids, there was no Caravan of Courage, there was no Shadows of the Empire, there was nothing. Star Wars didn't exist. So I was already somebody primed to like science fiction, fantasy, and horror. I loved all those things, and I lived on sci-fi theater that was on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Sundays after Sunday school. I had to go to Sunday school, which I hated, but I went anyway. Every Sunday we were there from 9 o'clock to 12, and then we came home, and I couldn't get home fast enough, and I watched sci-fi theater. So I was on already a steady diet of classic science fiction. So I was also at this time a huge fan of Godzilla, my favorite being Rodan, which wasn't a Godzilla movie, but Rodan was kind of, if you've ever seen Rodan, it was in color, and it was a horror film, basically. The first half an hour of Rodan, when the traumatized miner is found and nobody knows what happened, that's some scary shit for a kid. And then I saw things like the George Powell movies, Conquest of Space, War of the Worlds, and When Worlds Collide were favorites of mine. The Time Machine, Destination Moon. And then there was a lot of bad movies that I saw, like, The Moon Master. Why am I drawing a blank on it? Not Beyond the Time Barrier. I forget, but Michael Gow was the Moon Master. Why am I drawing the blank? Not the Terranauts. But anyway, I watched all of these movies, and I was totally into it. And I had seen, back then, science fiction films. There were a few at the time that people spoke about in hushed tones. I mean, there was Forbidden Planet, which I don't think that I had seen at this point. I saw it later, I don't remember, but I hadn't seen Forbidden Planet yet. I'd seen Day the Earth Stood Still, but I hadn't seen Forbidden Planet, which was frustrating because it was supposedly the precursor to Star Trek, which I hadn't seen. So I'd seen Star Trek, but I hadn't seen Forbidden Planet. And I was reading sci-fi film books and books about horror movies and trying to, I wanted to find out as much as I could about science fiction, fantasy, and horror cinema. And the thing was, at the time, there wasn't a lot of good sci-fi movies. You could go back, and I hadn't seen Fritz Lang's Metropolis from 1927, generally considered to be still one of the great science fiction films of all time, 1927. I hadn't seen 2001: A Space Odyssey yet, only because it wasn't the kind of movie that would play on television. So I hadn't seen that. Planet of the Apes I saw when I was 5, and it changed my life. I was a huge Apes fan. There had also been the live action and the animated Planet of the Apes TV series. So at the time, the science fiction franchise, there were TV shows, but Planet of the Apes was really the first sci-fi franchise because you had 5 movies, you had an animated series, and you had a live action show. So that was wild. Now, I didn't know what franchise meant. Nobody called it a franchise, but it was a big deal. And for kids, Planet of the Apes was the shit. And Mego made Planet of the Apes toys. So Planet of the Apes was the only encompassing franchise that existed, because it existed in different forms. And the idea that there was an animated show, there was a live action TV series, and there was a lot of really crazy made for TV movies, a lot of great horror in the 70s, some really interesting science fiction films like The Stranger Within that starred I Dream of Jeannie's Barbara Eden. And there was a lot of, and the genre movies like that were pretty highbrow. You know, Ted Sturgeon, they adapted his story Killdozer was a TV movie. And at the time, I was really into it. It was frustrating because my mom would bring home the TV Guide, which was this book that we would, a digest-sized magazine that would have it was just TV listings for the week. And back then, in those days, there was only 3 channels, and there was our independent channel, Channel 11, there was the PBS station, Channel 9, and then there was later Channel 13, but that was it. So I would look through, my bedtime at 9, 10 years old. I had to go to bed at like 9. And on the weekends, it was the same shit. I couldn't stay up, but I would look at the TV Guide and see what played at like 3 in the morning. And you'd see something, something that sounded great, but you couldn't stay up and see it. And even if your parents were out of town and you tried to stay up, you always fell asleep. So when Star Wars came out, it is hard to convey what that was like. Imagine the world without Star Wars. Now, I've told this story before many times. People who've watched this show for a long time have heard these stories, but I'm telling them again because there's new people here that haven't. But when Star Wars came out that week, it opened on a Wednesday. On Saturday, I tried to go see it with my friend Gardner Morelli. And I'd never seen lines around the block for a movie before. And it was downtown. We went to the UA 150 because Star Wars wasn't playing. I think that was the only place in Seattle it might have been playing, on 6th and Blanchard. And the line went, it was kind of the big theater district downtown. You had the Cinerama Theater, you had the UA 150, you had the King right across from the UA 150 and the UA 70. I'd never seen a line that went for blocks to get into a movie. And it was readily apparent to us that I wasn't going to get in to see Star Wars. And for me, I didn't understand. Like, I was the only person that I knew that was as deeply immersed in genre material as I was. By the way, another big thing was James Bond. James Bond was another thing that I was incredibly interested in, but those were movies. It wasn't a franchise. I didn't think of it as a franchise. It was episodic, but it was James Bond. So I couldn't get in, and I was crushed. And but my dad rescued the day, and we went and saw a double feature at the Coliseum of The Car and Race with the Devil, which was amazing. And I quickly forgot about missing Star Wars. But when I got home, the Chambers, Pete Chambers and Emily Chambers, and then their parents, were going to go see Star Wars. And I explained my dilemma. And I'm like, you got to take me. And I said, but we have to get there like 3 hours early. So this was the Sunday after Star Wars originally opened in 1977. And so we got down there. We were like halfway down the line, but we were still going to get in. And we went into the theater. Now it was packed, and the excitement was like nothing I'd ever felt. And I just turned 10, so strapping 10-year-old that I was. And going into that theater, the excitement was palpable. And Seattle, at the time, of course, we were the Jet City. Boeing was big. We had one of the largest Star Trek fan organizations, the PSST, the Puget Sound Star Trekkers. There was NorwestCon. There was comic book conventions. Seattle also had per capita more movie theaters than most cities in the United States. So it was a big movie-going town, and there was a lot of technology being made. It's no surprise Microsoft was born in Seattle. So the city itself, we had the Space Needle. And the UA 150 theater was in the shadow of the Space Needle. You'd walk out, you could see the Space Needle. So it seemed very appropriate. And the UA 150 theater had a big dome on the top of it. Not like the Cinerama Dome. It wasn't a geodesic thing, but it was just a dome. It looked like a giant spaceship had landed on the corner of 6th and Blanchard. So in that theater, when you saw Star Wars, when it started, and the 20th Century Fox fanfare, dun 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 dun, you know, and then it had the CinemaScope extension, dun 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 dun, because the 20th Century Fox logo, if it wasn't a widescreen movie, you didn't have that extension. And when the movie started, as everyone remembers, you know, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Now imagine having never heard the Star Wars theme before. Imagine what that would have been like. You're sitting in a theater and you hear John Williams' score, you know, and then you see the title come on. You knew. Everybody knew. Every single person in that movie theater knew they were seeing something they hadn't seen before. There was nothing like it. There was no titles in a movie that was, I mean, yeah, you could say that The Crawl, they used to do that in serials, which they did, but not like this. Not with the sheen, not with the thunderous John Williams score. And I also heard, you know, you're watching the words Star Wars descend or ascend or disappear into the background. Both of those words are wrong. But then The Crawl starts. There was no A New Hope. There was no Episode 4. It just started. You know, it was a period of civil war. And I heard something that I'd never heard in a theater. And I realized it was everybody reading The Crawl under their breath. And I don't think that anybody was aware that they were doing it. But I was so mesmerized. And of course, I don't need to tell you what happens next. We all know. But imagine seeing this for the first time. It was on a gigantic screen with 1,000 other people. And you're watching this. And it is very difficult to convey because most people today, their first experience watching Star Wars was on TV. But this was in a theater. And now I'm not saying this to put myself on some kind of a pedestal like I'm better than you. I'm trying to convey the idea that no one had ever seen something like this before. I certainly hadn't. The audience I was with had never seen it, unless there were people going back to see it again. So you have to put yourself in the mindset of what was that like. There had never been, first of all, there had never been special effects like that in space. Not just the size of the Star Destroyer, but even the way the planets looked. Even the way planets, you'd see it wasn't like a whole planet. You would see the horizon. And there were the way they were shot, it felt like they took a camera crew into space. And the way they shot models, there was nothing like that. Models were shot. I mean, Kubrick did languid flybys of the Discovery and things like that in 2001, but not like this kind of kinetic action. And of course, no one had seen anything like it because they invented new cameras, the Dijkstraflex, using computers to be able to do multiple passes. The dynamic nature of these miniatures never had been seen. Nothing even close. Nothing came close. And so, you know, as the movie was unfurling, and if you think about it, there's an incredible amount of information about the Star Wars universe in the first 5 minutes of that movie. You see the rebels, you see the Star Destroyer bearing down on the Tantive, and the blockade runner. And then R2 and 3PO are immediately world building. You know, did you hear that? They've shut down the main reactor. There'll be no escape for the princess this time. There's a princess? And she's eluded escape before? So you have no idea what the hell is going on. And every single moment of that first opening sequence is world building. And you're trying to keep everything straight in your head, but you're never not understanding what's going on. And then, of course, the music comes, and when the door comes in, the door blows in, the stormtroopers pour in, there's the big battle, and R2 and 3PO go by. And then Vader walks in, and then it kind of stops. When Vader comes in and puts his hands on his hips and he looks around, you know, and the music kind of stops. And then all kinds of things happen where you learn what's going on. You learn that there's something Princess Leia. I don't have to go through the movie, but imagine as you're watching this, your mind, you've never been in this universe before, you know nothing about it. Every single thing you saw was blasted into your mind, and it was incredible, and you had no idea where this was going to go. And suddenly R2 and 3PO are lighting off in an escape pod, you know, and the Imperials, the damage doesn't look as bad from out here, like going down to Tatooine. And you didn't know it was called Tatooine. You know, somebody said it was called Tatooine. It took me 2 years before I knew how to pronounce it right. What? But anyway, as the movie went along, everything in it, you know, what are the crate dragon, skeleton, it was insane. And what was really interesting is, look, you remember R2 and 3PO separate. R2 gets caught by Jawas. They're in the sandcrawler. 3PO's in the sandcrawler. Then you go to the Lars farm. And, of course, the Jawas get out. And you realize, oh, my God, these aren't monsters. They're merchants, you know, and they're selling droids. And you realize, okay, you're at a homestead. It becomes a Western suddenly. And you're meeting a farm community. You don't really realize it's only one family, but, you know, Owen and Beru and Luke, you know, and they're moisture farmers. You know, what? Because they're in a desert environment. I mean, everything in it was so interesting. And immediately as a 10-year-old, I knew Mark Hamill. Luke was older than me. But there's the character that I latched onto. And I think all of us did, because at first we all recognize immediately, suddenly we go from this battle in space to a home. We all had homes. We all have either mothers and fathers. Luke lived with his aunt and uncle. We don't know what happened to his parents. But suddenly we get it. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but the audience locked in. You were totally locked in. Now we've been given all this world building, and then we are dropped into an environment we all understand. Farm, home, aunt and uncle. I have fucking chores to do. You know, I want to go to Tashi Station and pick up some power converters. You can waste time with your friends after your chores are done. We're all in. The entire audience is now locked in because we're seeing a family. In this crazy movie called Star Wars, we're now given, so the audience is immediately, we've been given all this cacophony of awesome imagination, and then 10 minutes into this movie, we're now on a farm in the middle of nowhere. Now, what did that do from a storytelling standpoint? Genius move, because immediately we as an audience, we don't know anything about a galactic conflict in a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but we all know about farms. And so the world building has happened. We're sucked in. And now then we're going to spend a little time with young Master Luke. And we all know who he is. Even as a 10-year-old, I had to do chores. You know, I wanted to go out and play, but no, I had to do my chores. We all got it. But all of that is world building. Then we start, and we know that our two robots have been sent on a mission by the princess, who is now, there will be no escape for her this time. So we've all got that in the back of our mind. So it's like, how is this fucking farm boy and what happened up there with these droids, and the fact that droids are apparently ubiquitous. We've also learned there's all kinds of droids. There's droids that look human. There's astromech droids. There's droids that have spindly arms. And they all, you know, droids are used on the farm. They're part of the world. And we just accept it. And then, of course, Luke finds the message, drawing us in further. Who's Obi-Wan Kenobi? What are the Clone Wars? Years ago, you helped my father. And then you're getting all of this, and it's just an incredible way, a genius way, to pull us in to this universe. And if you think about it, the first hour of Star Wars does a lot of heavy lifting in terms of the world. You know, we meet Ben Kenobi, and then, of course, the Imperial officers come down because they're chasing the fucking droids. So the level of peril has risen. Audience, we're in. We meet Ben Kenobi. We learn about the Force. We learn all that stuff. And Luke, you know, he wants nothing to do. I don't want to. No, I'm not going to learn anything. And we learn a little about Luke's dad. He was a good pilot and a good friend. And then Ben tells us stuff, and we see a lightsaber for the first time. But all that's like background information. And then Luke, well, he's forced to leave the farm. Goes to Mos Eisley, and Ben Kenobi says, "Well, you have to come with me. We have to go to Alderaan." Luke's like, "What?" So I don't have to tell you that, but imagine, if you will, what it was like to see this for the first time. You didn't know what was happening. You had no idea where this was going. And suddenly, by the time you get to Mos Eisley, my sci-fi addled brain was exploding. I mean, it was better, you know, I always joke about having Tony Montana-sized mountains of blow. It was like that. I mean, I've never quite had that big of a mountain of blow, but I can only imagine what it does to your brain. Some of those fatty rails, I'll tell you. But my imagination was literally on fire. It was on fucking fire. And by the time you get to Mos Eisley, just looking around, you know, even though it was a shithole East Texas truck stop in the middle of nowhere, you'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. You go in, I don't need to tell you what it was like. Cantina band, you know, Philgren Dan and the Modal Nodes are playing. You got all kinds of weird drinks and hot chicks with long cigarettes and look at Luke. I mean, there was all kind, and then Ben Kenobi whips out Dr. Evasian and Ponda Baba, whatever. I mean, it was insane. The whole thing was, again, it was so. It's so. I'm sitting here thinking about it. Because it was so formative in my mind. Anyway, by the time you got to the end of that film, this was a journey that no one in human history had taken. I mean, I imagine what it was like to sit in some theater and listen to the ancient Greeks tell stories of the gods. You know, I'm sure that a great yarn spinner could have that control over an audience because we didn't have audiovisual entertainment like that, but that engaged the imagination. But this was something different. There was nothing like this. Nothing. And the battle over the Death Star at the end. And there was also the world building that was done in Star Wars, because people forget we left the point of view of Luke and we went over to the Imperial side of things. When we first see the Death Star, dun 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 dun, you know, and the music, and then you have the great Imperial briefing, which I maintain is one of the greatest pieces of world building in any science fiction movie or television show ever. Until this battle station is fully operational, we are vulnerable. The Rebel Alliance is too well equipped. Dangerous to your Starfleet commander, not to this battle station. I mean, these guys are bickering. They're on the same side, but they're bickering. And you're like, who the fuck are these dudes? And you think like and then Peter Cushing, who I knew from Hammer movies and stuff. I don't know if I was even aware, because, you know, I didn't know who was in this movie. And Peter Cushing, I knew Peter Cushing because I'd seen him before. And I was like, oh my God, it's that guy. It's Van Helsing. You know, and when he comes in, and Vader, who was already scary, was following him. So all of this, then we learn about your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not given you clairvoyance enough, you know, and all of that stuff was going on, and you're learning. You're learning about this universe, and every single morsel, every single detail. You realize that all is not copacetic there on the Death Star, you know, and these guys that run everything, Vader apparently, I find your lack of faith disturbing, you know. Vader, release him, as if Tarkin's seen this happen before, which he has. And all of that tells you there's so much that you're learning about the Star Wars universe in a very quick way. And then everything you see is giving you information. I had a hard time even wrapping my head around the configuration of the Millennium Falcon. When you first saw it, now we know what it looks like. But back then, it was even the way it was shot, it was really difficult to understand. Like, was it off-center? Because that was counterintuitive. So all of these things, and even seeing the ship designs, the TIE fighters, the Star Destroyers, who made ships that look like that? No one. So none of this stuff was anything. So when it was over, my life changed. I think a lot of people's life changed. You've heard the story. Many filmmakers, Gen X filmmakers, were suddenly but then something happened. First of all, Star Wars took over pop culture. Star Wars was the biggest thing going. It was on every op-ed section of every main newspaper. The characters R2-D2, 3PO, Star Wars was everywhere. And of course, it became the most successful motion picture of all time. Because everybody went over and over and over again. And then as kids, you started puzzling over things. And because nobody was prepared, there were no toys yet. Famously, Kenner toys. They weren't even... So Star Wars opened in May of 77. By Christmas, nobody could manufacture toys quickly enough. So we got the Star Wars Early Bird set, where you literally bought a cardboard box with a coupon in it that you sent in to get your first figures, and there was a little stand that, it was, if you read about the Star Wars Early Bird set, it's fucking wild, man. All that shit was wild. But, posters on the wall, T-shirts, books, and they did interesting things. Now, I was already a Star Trek fan, so I had the Star Trek technical manual, and I had the blueprints of the Enterprise. But taking a lead from Star Trek, Star Wars was putting out books like that as well. The Ralph McQuarrie portfolio. There was also the Star Wars blueprints that came in very similar packaging of the Star Trek blueprints. There was all different kinds of books that were coming out, and anything they could to capitalize on the merchandising of a movie. They had no idea what it was going to be like. So at the time, this was bigger than Harry Potter was. Harry Potter got big, but it was a different... We had precedent now. But nothing like this had ever happened before. Now, here was the thing about Star Wars. I don't care what anyone says. Star Wars, I was 10, and people younger than me, obviously kids, loved Star Wars. But so did adults. And no one... I shouldn't say no one. There were some critics... And a lot of the critics came out of the science fiction arena. There were a lot of people that said that it was dumbed down science fiction, even though it was just space fantasy. But nobody thought Star Wars... Some critics might have called it a movie for kids, but not the Gen Pop. Not everybody in the world. Everybody of all ages went and saw this movie. Nobody ever... This did not look or feel like the latest Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo or Herbie Goes Bananas. It did not feel like Candle Shoe or Treasure of Matacumbe or Bugsy Malone. It did not feel like a kid's movie. It didn't even feel like an upscale, like In Search of the Castaways or whatever. If anything, if I could equate it to anything, it was close to 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was one of my favorite movies. That was a movie that was Walt Disney's one of his great triumphs. That and Mary Poppins, I still maintain, are two of the greatest fantasy films ever made. And 20,000 Leagues is a science fiction movie as well. I love that film, but I wouldn't say it's a kid's movie. I think 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, even though it was made by Disney, and I loved it as a kid, so did my dad. Star Wars worked the same way. Star Wars was not a kid's movie. It certainly wasn't accepted as a kid's movie by the public at large. It was considered a fantasy adventure for everyone. It harked back to a simpler time. That swashbuckling era of Errol Flynn movies. The original Adventures of Robin Hood. But nobody was talking about that it was a kid's movie. It was made for kids. No, because Han Solo killed Greedo. Greedo threatened his life over my dead body. That's the idea. Bam! Nobody mistook that. No one was like, oh my God, kids shouldn't watch this. When Ben Kenobi cuts off that asshole's arm, nobody said, oh, kids shouldn't watch that. Kids like, fuck yeah, look at that arm on the floor. Nobody thought that these movies were made for kids. George Lucas didn't say they were made for kids. And I can't even imagine what it was like for him to be thrust in the spotlight. But it was insanity. Anyway. That said, I was watching today Body Heat, Lawrence Kasdan's feature film debut as a director, came out on Blu-ray a couple weeks ago. And Lawrence Kasdan famously was hired by George Lucas to actually write the screenplay for The Empire Strikes Back. Lee Brackett, a famous woman screenwriter, had been working on The Empire Strikes Back script, and she famously got very ill and passed away. And she had worked on many Hollywood classics. So to have her hired to write The Empire Strikes Back was a big deal. But George Lucas was left, he wasn't writing it himself, and which is, I think, a really important thing to remember, is that George Lucas didn't write The Empire Strikes Back himself. Lee Brackett was writing it based on his story, his ideas, but Lawrence Kasdan, who had written films that had been sold, he actually, believe it or not, wrote The Bodyguard, that later became, many years later, Whitney Houston. He had written that script, and it had been optioned. And he also wrote a movie that starred John Belushi and Blair Brown called Continental Divide, and he had sold that as well. And George Lucas tapped him to come in and write The Empire Strikes Back, which is insane. And Lawrence Kasdan was off to the races, but Lawrence Kasdan, graduated from college as a writer. I think he graduated as a teacher, actually, but everybody was trying to avoid the draft, so the teaching market was glutted, and he became a writer. So he was certainly not writing a screenplay for kids. And The Empire Strikes Back was not a kids' movie. But for me, personally, Star Wars took over, my life. Action figures, books. In 1978, the book, Alan Dean Foster's sequel to Star Wars, Splinter of the Mind's Eye, came out, which was quite an interesting book. And, of course, famously, George Lucas tapped Alan Dean Foster to write that in case they, if we have to make a low-budget sequel to Star Wars, you write this book and maybe we'll adapt that. Of course, the book was being written, and then Star Wars became a huge hit. And so there was the book, and they released the book, and it was huge when it came out because it was new Star Wars, written by Alan Dean Foster, who was a veteran of, he had the Humanex Commonwealth series that he'd already written. He'd written the Star Trek Log series of books that were based on the animated show. So Alan Dean Foster, he was doing movie novelizations. He was a known commodity in this world. And so you had the Splinter of the Mind's Eye came out, and everybody read it. That's where the Kyber crystals came from. And all of these, these ideas were coalescing. But now it took 3 years to get The Empire Strikes Back, which in my mind was I was turning 13. I was being bar mitzvahed, being the young Jewish boy that I was, being raised in a Jewish household. I got a pretty extensive Jewish education growing up. Of course, I had to be bar mitzvahed. Well, The Empire Strikes Back was coming out 6 days after my birthday. And my bar mitzvah was going to be coincided. It was the same week. I was being bar mitzvah the same week The Empire Strikes Back was coming out. So there I was studying Hebrew, and I was so disinterested in my bar mitzvah. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Got through it fine. But Empire. Again, now we knew what Star Wars was. And, I worried because Brian Johnson was the director, was the visual effects supervisor. Now, Brian Johnson had worked on Space 1999, which I love, but I'm like, well, wait a minute. Where's John Dykstra? Where's Douglas Trumbull? Where's anybody? Why is Brian Johnson? Is it going to look like Space 1999? And I won't give you the same. You can imagine. I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times in the theater. When the album, the actual soundtrack album, the double soundtrack album, double disc, double vinyl, came out before the movie, I had already heard the Imperial March, wondering, oh my God, the greatest piece of music ever. And nothing disappointed. The Empire Strikes Back was even, because we already knew what Star Wars was, but it was like, is this going to be any good? Like, how could it be good? How could it be as good? And by this time, by 1980, my friend Jimmy Fiddler had a bootleg copy on Betamax. We'd go to his house every day and watch this god-awful copy of Star Wars. I'd seen Star Wars, and by the way, Star Wars had not come out on home video yet. Home video was pretty new. Not very many people had VCRs in 1980. But I'd watched Star Wars 100 times, the bootleg cassette, and there were storybook records and all kinds of shit. So it was burned into my brain. I saw The Empire Strikes Back because the Seattle International Film Festival had Star Wars played in Seattle almost longer than any other place in the world. And Empire Strikes Back did play longer in Seattle at the UA 150 Theater than anywhere else in the world. First run. So these movies were not just huge for the world, they were particularly huge for the city of Seattle. And I'm not just saying that because rah-rah, my hometown. And, if we had the mayor that we have now in Seattle, she probably would have shut down the enjoyment of Star Wars somehow. But anyway, again, you think couldn't be better, could it? I mean, here I was becoming a man, getting another Star Wars movie, which means, I was in junior high school now. That was turning 13 in junior high school, 7th grade. Big deal. So not only was I in junior high school, we didn't have middle school yet. And I'm getting Empire Strikes Back. Suffice to say, it was extraordinary. And again, as I'm moving into a new part of my life, to have The Empire Strikes Back plus Star Wars. Now, I don't think The Empire Strikes Back, you can't have The Empire Strikes Back without Star Wars. What I see The Empire Strikes Back being is a progression of Star Wars. And I don't think, at that time, I had not seen the Godfather movies then. I hadn't seen them until, actually, believe it or not, until I was 18. Actually, that's not true, even later. So I hadn't seen Godfather 2. And the general consensus, even Harlan Ellison liked Empire Strikes Back, was that Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back together were two of the finest achievements of fantasy filmmaking in history. And there's some people that didn't buy into Star Wars. I get it. But it was, for me at least, The Empire Strikes Back was probably at that time, in my own mind, the best movie that had ever been made, because it took something that was already amazing and made it that much better. Now, you have to understand as well, and I would encourage anybody who has not read these books, if you are a big Star Wars fan, you owe it to yourself to read, I know I'm going to say that terrible 4-letter word, to read J.W. Rinsler's books on the making of the original trilogy. They're beautiful hardcover coffee table books. You would love to have them anyway. So there's the making of Star Wars, the making of Empire Strikes Back, and the making of Return of the Jedi. And they're essential because, especially the making of Empire. George Lucas did not like Empire Strikes Back. It almost bankrupted him. He almost had to have Fox come bail him out and get the merchandising rights to Star Wars back. George Lucas did some very, very smart things. One of them was famously retaining the merchandising rights because nobody thought, people at Fox were like, wait, you want to merchandise this movie? We don't even think it's going to be a hit. Sure, go right ahead. Boy, that was a mistake. But anyway, the making, these books are so extensive, and they're so, and there are warts in all account of the making of these movies. Star Wars, of course, George Lucas did create all of this stuff, but I don't think that he thought, I think in his own mind, that maybe he was making a movie for kids. I think he might have thought that because He was thinking he wanted to make Flash Gordon. He couldn't get the rights, so he made Star Wars. But Empire Strikes Back was a movie he didn't like for a lot of reasons. But I think it went in a direction that he didn't necessarily like. That it became, and he wasn't there for the production of that movie most of the time, especially when they were in Norway. You know, and the movie went hideously over budget. And from a production standpoint, George now had become a businessman. ILM was now a functioning business, and they were developing software, and they were doing all kinds of crazy things. So George Lucas had a very different focus. He was now a businessman. And Empire Strikes Back was, you read Rinslow's book, you find out he had hired a professor of his, Irvin Kershner, to direct the film. They had met at USC, and Irvin Kershner was an accomplished director. But Irvin Kershner did things like George Lucas likes to get in the edit bay and edit. Irvin Kershner does not shoot a lot of coverage. He shot Empire with a lot of master shots. And there was a lot of things. There was a tone that Empire had. Part of it was Lawrence Kasdan's script, and that what Irvin Kershner was doing. And it was the fact that George Lucas was sort of removed from the production of Empire that allowed Empire to be what it was. But what Empire did ultimately was elevate Star Wars and turned it into something that was, if there was any doubt whether Star Wars was for kids or not, Empire certainly was not. Empire was a movie. And for me, what Empire showed was, again, the progression. Here we had a movie that everybody, whether you were rich or poor, whether you were blue collar or white collar, everybody could relate to Star Wars. Han Solo's a truck driver, Luke's farmer, veteran of foreign wars, an old grizzled kind of crazy wizard of a vet. Everybody knew those people. Same with Empire. All these guys kind of got elevated. Now they're in positions that they've earned, but out of necessity, they're all part of the rebellion now. The rebellion was scrappy and all of that. But the important thing is Star Wars and Empire retained their everyman quality. We had grown up now. Our society changed with those characters. Now, I'm going to stop right here and see if you guys have anything to say and what people might be saying in terms of super chats, because I want to hear what people are. Oh, there's a lot. Eric Hendershot says, I just saw Mando for the second time, this time with Campia in Columbus, Ohio. I had him sign my physical Blu-ray of The Incredible Hulk. Can't sign a digital copy. That's awesome. I hope you had a great time. Diddy Bop says, I just finished at John's movie meetup, and now you started as soon as I get in my car for this 3.5-hour drive. Perfect timing. Well, I come to serve. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Order 42 show has become a member of the channel. Thank you very much, Order 42. At least it wasn't Order 66. John Suntress of the Word Balloon Podcast. If you have not listened to the Word Balloon Podcast and you're a comic book fan or a pop culture fan, why not? You should. John says, I thought Mando was fine. You're never going to get that first blush of excitement again. But this was a solid effort. Scott Mantz was hyperbolic in his negative review. Oh, just wait until you hear mine tomorrow. I say 3 out of 4 stars. Many happy kids. Tony Reyes is here. Tony Reyes sends in a $20 super chat and says, Rob, have you seen the set photos for the Gundam live action movie? It really likes it. I have not. It really looks like they're going with a Universal Century setting. Well, they should. I was a bit skeptical at first, but honestly, I'm starting to get excited for it now. Look, after I saw Pacific Rim, the first one, I'm like, they got to make a Gundam movie. I just think the cast is really odd, but we'll see. I hope it's great. Major Chai Chai's here. Major Chai Chai says, I learned at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center this weekend, Saturn V model kits were broken down and used to create the various Star Wars ships. Oh, yes. All of the Apollo stuff and all of the Gemini stuff and the Mercury stuff were used to, and Skylab were used to, I need a Skylab model. Were used to make, they use tank kits. Oh, they use so many model kits on the Star Wars stuff. The Millennium Falcon is famously, it's where model kits go to die. The ship itself. 200 Watt Studio says, one of the few memories of my dad was when he took my brother and me to Star Wars. I remember the laughs when C-3PO and R2 walked through the laser fire and C-3PO saying, "The damage doesn't seem so bad from out here." Totally, right? S-Beam has been a member for 64 months. He says, "Imagination connoisseur for life. All hail the Viceroy of Verisimilitude. Laugh out loud. Hope all is well. Have a great show. Unfortunately, I'm off to bed. Watch later." It's Memorial Day weekend, dude. This is like Saturday night. Secular Monk 6527 says, "Since we're on the topic of Star Wars, what are your thoughts on the similarities of Star Wars to Dune and Kurosawa movies?" Well, they're very intentional. The Star Wars is so much was lifted from Kurosawa's movie The Hidden Fortress. The wipes, those famous Star Wars wipes, are to if you watch Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress, you will recognize a lot of Star Wars in that movie. So huge influence. Star Wars was hugely influenced by Kurosawa. A lot of the names, the Japanese names and things like that. And of course, Dune, Frank Herbert certainly noticed the similarities between Star Wars and Dune, but, it's kind of different. I mean, The Chosen One, these are stories, the idea of a savior, they go all the way back to biblical times. But Lucas was definitely, you have to remember, when Dune was first published, it was huge amongst the counterculture, kind of like Robert Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land. So, people were reading this stuff, and certainly in San Francisco they were. So yes, Kurosawa and Frank Herbert were hugely influential on Star Wars. Fun with Collecting has become a member of the channel. Well, thank you, Fun with Collecting. I appreciate that. Rob Lego Patriot has been a member for 16 months. Thank you for that. Ute Fan says, "You should absolutely read the Red Rising series." People keep saying that. I keep hearing about it. Do I want to read it? Is it truly good? 200 Watt Studio says, "I remember laying on the couch reading a journal of the making of The Empire Strikes Back by Alan Arnold is that the one with the red cover? Arguments with Ford over his shirt sleeves." Oh, yes. Balls for Teeth. Vagina dentata? Something like that. Balls for Teeth. Hi, Rob. Thank you for the wonderful work you do here. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for saying so. Julian Mushkin is here. Julian sends in a tip. People always ask me. There's a tip link in the description below. My friend, we have come full circle again. 1977 Star Wars at the UA 150. I had to wait weeks into June before I was able to see it. I wrote a whole letter years ago about that magical night. The magic of walking in past the long line outside echoes on. It will echo in eternity, my friend. Julian's from Seattle. It was a big deal. The UA 150 was a big deal. So, yeah, absolutely. So, now that I've caught up with those. By the way, this is going to be a long show. I got many letters to read, too. So I just figured I'm going to hang out. I don't know if we're doing a John Campea show tomorrow. John doesn't understand American holidays. So Memorial Day is something I don't know if we're doing it. We're doing it at 12, but because he's on the road, I don't have to leave. It's going to be a remote show with Jonathan anyway. I think John will be doing the show tomorrow remotely. I'm not sure, though. I don't know. So anyway, Empire. Now remember, by this time, Lucasfilm has the Bantha Tracks newsletter coming out. That's where I first bought Revenge of the Jedi one-sheets. And Star Wars had now become firmly cemented into culture. I don't remember the dates on this. I don't remember. So then we got the Brian Daley Han Solo books. Han Solo at Star's End. And then the Lando Calrissian trilogy followed after that. And then there was the Marvel Comics series that followed right after Star Wars, which had a lot of crazy stuff, but a lot of great stuff as well. So suddenly, now I did not mistake the Marvel Star Wars comics as canon, but because I was a huge fan of Star Trek novels, it all kind of was, I didn't necessarily think of it as non-canon or canon. It was all just Star Wars stories. And since the Marvel stuff went off into weird directions, and there was only one Star Wars movie coming out every 3 years, who's to say those stories weren't real at all? But now here was the thing. Jedi was coming out. Now, this, you have to understand that because Empire ended on a cliffhanger, and because, everyone was blown away, Darth Vader becomes Luke's father. By the way, that was not supposed to really happen. Vader was not Luke's father, and neither was Princess Leia, Luke's sister. All Star Wars was very iterative, but none of that mattered. Empire ended the way it ended. It was great. Nobody cared. It was the fucking most awesome, shocking revelation. It was, unless you'd read the novelization first, because they released the novelization first. Why they did that, I don't know. But so we're getting to Jedi. Now, I was 10 when Star Wars came out. Now it's 1983. I'm turning 16 and I'm getting my driver's license. So it was a milestone moment. Seeing Star Wars at 10 opened my horizons. And because, another thing I didn't mention, in the wake of Star Wars coming out, there was a lot of talk and a lot of emphasis put on how do they do this? So there was the Making of Star Wars documentary that came out, which you could later, it was one of the earliest videotapes that Magnetic Video put out. So you could get it. You could watch that. And the home video explosion was in the middle of happening. And people say, home video is going to ruin Hollywood. And I knew as a kid, I started working in a video store around the time Empire Strikes Back came out, right after my bar mitzvah. And I knew it was going to turn the whole world into movie fans. And then by the summer of 82, what happened in Star Wars, just for context, in 78, the year after Star Wars came out, Superman the movie came out. In 79, Alien, Star Trek the Motion Picture, and The Black Hole came out. You had this right after Star Wars came out, a couple months later, James Bond came back to movie screens with The Spy Who Loved Me, which is a big epic Bond with lots of effects. And by 79, Moonraker came out. Bond was in space. In 1980, when Empire came out, again, solidified the fact that science fiction wasn't going anywhere. And in the summer of 82, arguably the greatest genre summer of all time, if you watched the Greatest Geek Year Ever documentary that I actually appear in, my friend Mark Altman made, famously from May to July in 1982, you had Conan the Barbarian, Star Trek II, E.T., The Road Warrior, Tron, Blade Runner, The Thing, Megaforce. They all came out. So science fiction, fantasy, and horror were now big business. Where it used to be relegated, horror movies were low-budget grindhouse or drive-in fare. They were not. But in the wake of Star Wars coming out, you even had the slasher explosion. Halloween was 78. So science fiction, fantasy, and horror were now big money in Hollywood. Star Wars sort of began that. I mean, you could go back and you could say things like, well, Godfather, Exorcist, Jaws. Yeah, but then it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. So the hope that Return of the Jedi carried with it was enormous. We were promised, and I think every moviegoer that saw The Empire Strikes Back was expecting a climax that was going to be the most mind-blowing fantasy film ever made. And this was an expectation that Star Wars and Empire had set. The bar was enormously high, but nobody questioned it, because if you could make Star Wars and then make Empire, what was going to happen next? And for me, as I was getting older, the fact that I was 10 when Star Wars came out, and I had a milestone moment turning 13. I went from elementary school, which is kindergarten through the 6th grade. So if you think about that 7-year period of time in your life, where Star Wars was in the middle of that, because I was in the 4th grade when it came out. So then you graduate. So I went into a new school. I moved up in the world. I went from elementary school into junior high, South Mercer Junior High in Mercer Island, Washington, which is now Mercer Island Middle School. But go to South Mercer, and it was a big deal. And I'll tell you, Star Trek the Motion Picture came out on December 7th, 1979, which was 6 months before Empire Strikes Back. So that's a whole nother story. But, oh my God, direct result of Star Wars being as popular as it was. So this new thing, that's why I've never understood, are you a Star Wars or a Star Trek guy? Without Star Wars, Star Trek might not exist right now. They tried. Although we might have had a Star Trek Phase 2 TV series. It could have been a different thing. But it was an incredible... The anticipation for Return of the Jedi was enormous. I knew that something was wrong when the soundtrack album that was released for Return of the Jedi was only one album. It was only a single vinyl. No gatefold. The Star Wars soundtrack, not only was it a gatefold, but it came with a poster, a John Berkey painting of the Battle over the Death Star, which is crazy, weird, and surreal, but the painting is. And then the same was true of Empire Strikes Back. The album for Jedi was only a single album. And I'm like, how can that possibly be? And, you know, the filming of Return of the Jedi was famously, they filmed under the title Blue Harvest. But I also knew that they filmed most of Jedi in the United States, you know, in Yuma, Arizona, and then in the Redwoods in Northern California, which I'm like, why would they do that? I want to see someplace I've never seen before. But anyway, so we all go to Seattle International Film Festival, first show at midnight, special showing at the UA 150 of Return of the Jedi. Anticipation was through the fucking roof to see this movie. Through the roof. Now, I'm sitting with Seattle's biggest movie fanatics. And by this time, I'd been going to the Seattle International Film Festival. I knew a lot of people. Big deal. Within 5 minutes of Return of the Jedi starting, and yes, within 5 minutes, I knew we were in trouble. Nothing was right about the movie. Now, you have to understand, I'm going to say this and people are going to be like, Rob, I was with you going down your memory lane. I'm with you until right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, no one who didn't go through this experience that I'm talking about, this is not a criticism, and I'm not trying to say that I'm better than you. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is nothing about Return of the Jedi felt like Star Wars and Empire did. The voices of the Imperial officers, the cinematography, the visual effects had a different look to them. Also, the negative was damaged, but I didn't know anything about that. You could see that when the Emperor especially came out of the shuttle. Everything about the movie felt off. When R2 and 3PO are wandering up, because you remember, each movie had, like a Bond movie, it always opened with a Star Destroyer. And you had Darth Vader going to the Death Star 2. First of all, Death Star 2? Look, if they can blow up one Death Star, they can blow up a second Death Star. Why was there... That, to me, was, like I talked about the other day, Empire Strikes Back plussed everything Star Wars. You know, yeah, you had an X-Wing, but there was no big X-Wing battle in Empire. There was a snowspeeder battle. We'd never seen snowspeeders before, and they were badass. We had AT-ATs. We had ATSTs. We had twin-pod cloud cars. We had TIE bombers. We had a super Star Destroyer. We had Cloud City. We had Dagobah. We had the Hoth ion cannon. We had Rebel troop transports. All kinds of new shit. It was amazing. Now, admittedly, in Jedi, we got the Tidarium shuttle. That was badass. We saw a lot of the Rebel fleet. We got A-Wings and B-Wings. Okay. Okay. But, so, everything, as I'm watching Return of the Jedi, and I'll tell you something, this is you're gonna think I'm out of my mind. But you're watching R2 and 3PO walking up. First of all, it did not look like Tatooine. It wasn't right. I know it's a different part of Tatooine, so I went with it. But the look of it, the colors were wrong. Just saying. The cut to Jabba's palace door was clearly a set. You go from this exterior, and remember, on Tatooine, and we saw Tatooine only in Star Wars. We didn't see Tatooine in Empire. We're now back on Tatooine. By this time, I'd watched Star Wars 100 million times. It did not look right. And when you see the set of Jabba's palace door, first of all, they knock on the door, tap, tap, tap. It's immediately farcical. The tone of this is wrong. I mean, especially after... And Darth Vader's voice is wrong. The Emperor is coming here? That is correct, Commander, and he's most displeased with your lack of progress. It's still James Earl Jones. Didn't sound right. Everything was weird. Everything was off. Especially because you have to understand, I've seen both of these movies a million times. So everything is burned into my brain, and I'm watching every little thing. And when you get to Jabba's palace and the thing comes down, I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And then, you know, when you finally open up and you meet the Gamorrean guard, basically looks like a Halloween mask. The design of that looked like an animated character as opposed to a character that would really exist. Now, a lot of people are going to listen to what I'm saying right now and go, what the fuck are you talking about? We love Gamorrean guards. I'm just telling you. The design of those creatures did not look the way the rest of the Star Wars universe looked. The proportions were wrong. And they were wrong because George Lucas was more involved and he wanted his design work now. Now he's making kids work. Now none of this dark adult Empire Strikes Back stuff. I'm going to take my franchise back and make it the way I want it. Plus, he was also thinking merchandising. Now it was such a lucrative proposition that I'm going to make sure that we're going to have all kinds of figures that we can make. So the actual reasoning behind making these choices in Return of the Jedi, this is where the franchise went wrong. Because George Lucas started doing things not just for telling a great story. Remember, when George Lucas wanted to make Star Wars, and when any filmmaker wants to make something that really hasn't been made before, they're not thinking about how the movie's going to be merchandised. They're thinking about how to make a good movie. It's hard enough making a good film. But by the time you get to Return of the Jedi, it is a business proposition. You have already seen how incredibly lucrative. You make a lot more money with merchandising than you do with the movie. And Return of the Jedi was made to service that idea. It was not made in order to just make a great movie. It was made to fuel a Star Wars economy. And that is first and foremost, the thinking behind Jedi made it, in a way, fraudulent. Because the story came second. The movie came second. And that is always evidenced in the background of Return of the Jedi, everywhere you look. The designs of things, I mean, you saw a little bit in Empire Strikes Back, but not much. You know, it was even the design of Yoda. You believed, man. You believed in that puppet because the proportions looked real. If that makes any sense. Gamorrean Guard doesn't look real. Gamorrean Guard looks like an animated character. Doesn't look like a proper living being. And then when you meet them, when he leans down and goes, "Urgh," the first time you meet the Gamorrean Guard, that's not, none of that felt real to me. And the lighting was not right. Like I said, that when the door goes up, and then by the time you get into Jabba's palace, all of those designs, those might be fun on paper, but when you translate Cy Snoodles, you know, and she's just a mouth with that does not look like something that exists in nature. The proportions are wrong. Those are all animated designs. And that was, again, George Lucas was overseeing things, and he wanted to make more. And by this point, his sensibilities are not necessarily, by this time, no one's going to say no to him. Richard Marquand, the director, was going to do, not to take anything away from him, but was going to do what George Lucas wanted him to do. But you just have to look into Jabba's palace. And I know it's really hard for people to understand this. I'm just telling you what it was like to be there, first principles, and to watch a film that you'd thought about and puzzled over, for 3 years since Empire had come out. And everything, now there are things that are cool, like Jabba's barge, the sail barge was pretty great. But there's even things in there that you have to admit, when you're watching a droid being tortured, there are things in the movie, like there's something in the background where the Gamorrean guard is like a spider droid, where the mechanics are really cheap. It doesn't really look like there's any weight. It's probably like hanging on something, and that doesn't work. When the thing comes down on the droid, it doesn't really touch. And by the way, the idea of torturing a droid is the most ridiculous thing in the world. What is it? Have nerve endings? It was shit like that. The bad visual effects in the Rancor pit. This, and you don't see it now because it was fixed in the special edition, but when you first saw Jabba's sail barge, the effects were strobing. They were really hard to do because it was daylight and you're in the sand, in the high heat of the desert. So while I did like the swashbuckling nature of Luke's rescue of Han Solo, Boba Fett, for you people that like The Mandalorian and all that, Boba Fett was done so dirty in that movie. Han Solo blindly knocks into his backpack and he flies away and smashes against the side of the sail barge and falls into this Sarlacc pit. All of that stuff was played for goofy humor. There was no goofy humor in The Empire Strikes Back. And so it's hard to explain, but I sat there and watched that film with the most horrible sinking feeling inside of me. It was the exact opposite of what I felt watching Star Wars when I was 10. And it wasn't because I was 16. It was because I was watching something that was half-baked. The characters of Han and Leia have not a whole lot to do. That movie has a beginning and an end. And I think that the confrontation with the Emperor and Vader in the throne room is great. But the rest of the movie is inconsequential. No one's really, they have to go on a mission to do this thing, or it's not very exciting. And Return of the Jedi turned out to be the single most disappointing movie I've ever seen in my entire life. And all of that film was, from the second Death Star to the way the characters were handled to the design of Nien Nub. Not a good design. There were others. There were other people, and it's interesting. Jabba's palace is full of Weequay and Klaatu, and there is some good designs, but then there's a lot of bad designs too. But I hated Return of the Jedi. Now, people hear me say that and they're like, they think I'm out of my mind. But that's because people saw Return of the Jedi for the first time. That was their first Star Wars movie in a theater. And how can you think it's bad? You can't. So I completely understand why people think I'm crazy. But what happened with that movie ultimately was that it became a business decision. It was not born out of Star Wars was hell to make, and all these people contributed their thoughts and ideas, and the alchemy of movie making stepped in and something amazing was created. In a way, The Empire Strikes Back, kind of George Lucas took a step back, and you had Irvin Kershner, you had Lawrence Kasdan, you had the characters given more meaty roles, They really had, I mean, the dual Luke story training with Yoda, and then Han Solo and the betrayal of Lando at Cloud City, and I mean him getting tortured. Those dual storylines, not unlike Godfather 2, going back and forth. The dire nature of it all. Vader having to find Luke. Everything about Empire. Return of the Jedi has none of that. You know, perfunctory trip back to Dagobah so Yoda can die and we can fill you in on some plot points. It's a terrible film. I know. People are going, like I'm losing my credibility. Well, I'm trying to explain to you what it was like at the time. Now, I like Return of the Jedi. I'll watch it. It's fine. But, like, you know, you've got a speeder chase just because we're going to have a speeder chase now in the movie. Post Raiders of the Lost Ark. So let's put some, or let's, you know, how does that serve the plot? I mean, I guess it's exciting, but there's no stakes to it. If you didn't have a speeder bike chase, you would have more time to put something interesting in the movie. And then, of course, the Ewoks. I mean, it's hard to talk about them now, but when I was watching that film for the first time, if you look at the gags with the Ewoks fighting the Empire, there's no credibility there at all. There's no threat. You know that the Empire is not going to win. There's nothing in that movie that, and the way, again, I hate everything about that movie. I tolerate it now, and I do like John Williams' score in the throne room, and I do like well, actually, you know what? Now I have an article. I have an article I want to read. I used to write, I was the critic at large for a science fiction magazine that started publishing in 1994. Here's the first issue. Sci-Fi Universe magazine. It was founded by my buddy Mark Altman and my other buddy, believe it or not, Chris Gore. And it was published by Larry Flint. Yes, that Larry Flint. And what the mission of this magazine was going to be was, as Mark would say, this was the magazine for sci-fi fans with a life, which was a reference back to William Shatner's appearance on Saturday Night Live. You know, get a life. Because we nerds, now we are imagination connoisseurs, still had a bad reputation. And you can even see on the cover, we were 3 years out from the Star Wars special editions, and it says on the bottom beneath the Falcon, the adventure continues in 3 years. Can you wait until the summer of 1997? So the lead up to the Star Wars special edition was a big deal. And then I later became the critic at large soon after, and Mark Altman and I became friends. And then, of course, that led to us making the movie Free Enterprise with William Shatner. But the thing about Sci-Fi Universe magazine, I met a lot of people like Jeff Bond and Dan Weber, and we were all people that had moved to LA to work in the entertainment business. And after Jedi came out, after I graduated high school, I went to the Evergreen State College in Washington State, and then I transferred to USC. And then I was at USC and met a lot of people at film school, and then immediately after USC, about a week or two after I left USC, I got my first job in the industry, which was, of course, as the art department production assistant on Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, that New Line was making right after Nightmare on Elm Street 5. So I went to work on that as a newly graduated 22-year-old college grad, and my first job was being the art department production assistant on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. So, not a bad way to go. But that was that was 89 that I was working on Leatherface, and then I started working I started writing for Sci-Fi Universe. I was still working on movies, but I worked as a freelancer. But in Sci-Fi Universe magazine, one of our most controversial and famous articles, I did not write it, but Dan Weber wrote it. Dan Weber, who later went on to write for all kinds of different shows, including The Simpsons and Futurama. Dan Weber and Dana Gould wrote an article. It was a cover story, 50 Reasons Why Return of the Jedi Sucks. I kid you not. Because it was common knowledge for all of us geeks with a life that Return of the Jedi was bad. And it was reinforced. If you want to really play it out, every New Year's Day, we would go to Steve Melching's house, another friend of mine that works in TV animation. He's worked with Dave Filoni. We would watch the Star Wars trilogy. And it was the come down when you watch all three of those movies together. These were pre-special edition. The difference between Empire and Return of the Jedi is striking. Now, think about opening your mind and really, as you get older, trying to watch the difference. It was striking. But anyway, I felt it would be fun to go revisit this article. 50 Reasons Why Return of the Jedi Sucks. Now, Chris Gore republished this on May 15th, 2001. So this was, Film Threat published this 25 years ago, but it was originally published in Sci-Fi Universe magazine. On its own accord, Return of the Jedi has a lot of problems, but compared to Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back, it's just plain bad. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. Like most of you out there, we love Star Wars more than words can say, and will always respect and thank George Lucas for providing a generation of moviegoers with the most significant mythos of the last 25 years. But also, like most of you out there, whenever we watch the trilogy, the odd reverence with which we watch Star Wars and Empire is replaced during Jedi by laughing, moaning, and shouted insults that make Mystery Science Theater 3000 look tame by comparison. Nearly 14 years after its release, it's become sadly evident that Jedi hasn't aged well at all. While Star Wars and Empire increasingly gain acceptance as cinema classics. We could have just as easily made a list of 100 reasons Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back are two of the greatest films ever made, but where's the fun in that? It would be easy to put the blame for Jedi's failure squarely on the shoulders of its director, the late Richard Marquand, but while few would argue that Marquand wasn't the greatest choice to inherit the franchise, the fact remains that it was executive producer Lucas who hired him, who told him how to handle the material, and who always had the final say. So we'll let Marquand rest in peace. Chances are he did the best he could. What Lucas was thinking is another story. Whether Jedi's faults are a result of his sincere artistic vision or something more sinister, read marketable, may never truly be known. But by comparing the genesis of each of the three films, we can make a pretty good educated guess. When Star Wars was conceived, no one had any idea how much money it would eventually pull in. Empire was still a risk, as successful sequels were rare at that point in time. When it came time to do Jedi, however, the machinery was fully in place to sell it to the hilt. Lucas knew he could make far more money from merchandise than from theater grosses, so it's likely that the question, how easily will this translate into a Kenner toy, figured more prominently in many of his Jedi decisions than it did in those that formed the first two Star Wars films. And honestly, who can blame him? If we had the chance to build a ranch estate and media empire as vast as those owned by Lucas, we'd sell out in less time than it takes to shut one of those pressure doors on the Death Star. There are plenty of fervent fans who argue that by mere nature of its being part of the trilogy, Jedi should be above criticism, never more so than today. We'd ask those people whose initial response to this list is one of anger to, and apply the 50 points below to their next Jedi viewing, and join us in hoping that Jedi's problems were the result of a fluke and not of downward trends that will continue into the new films. Number 1, Ewoks, Ewoks, Ewoks. One of the miracles of the Star Wars trilogy is that Lucas's bizarre and ever-present fascination with little people didn't hurt the first two films. The Jawas were cool, the Ugnaughts were cool, Kenny Baker as R2 was cool, but George had to push his luck. The Ewoks are not cool. Period. In circles of diehard Star Wars fans, to say you hate the Ewoks is like saying you enjoy breathing air. The Ewoks are the primary example of many of the points on this list. Their unapologetic cuddliness is uncharacteristic and unwelcome. They look fake. They engage in constant physical comedy. Their teddy bear design is wholly uninteresting. They live in boring surroundings. Several of the film's dumbest scenes revolve around them, and they were originally supposed to have been Wookiees, and they sing that damn song at the end. But aside from what we see on screen, the Ewoks are miserable little creatures for a completely different reason. They are the single clearest example of Lucas's willingness to compromise the integrity of his trilogy in favor of merchandising dollars. How intensely were the Ewoks marketed? Consider this. Ewok is a household word, despite the fact that it's never once spoken in the film. 2. The tone is inconsistent. The rebellion is in ruins, Darth Vader is Luke's father, and Han is frozen. Why Lucas decided to smother these ambitious plot elements under a load of feel-good cliches and textbook plot structure is anyone's guess. It's our theory that he was infected with the same mania that caused Spielberg to make Hook 8 years later. Jedi never has any idea of what it's trying to be. Throughout, the mood and pacing is herky-jerky back and forth between dramatic and lighthearted. The scenes with Vader look and feel like they're taking place in a different film than those with our heroes, and no amount of special effects or nostalgia for Star Wars and Empire can make the pieces fit together. Lacking any consistent driving force, pun intended, Jedi is impossible to take seriously and has little to none of the mythic, transporting feel of its predecessors. We're always aware we're watching a big-budget movie. 3. The look is all wrong. After the second film, did the Empire celebrate its trouncing of the rebellion by going through the galaxy with a big bottle of Windex? Everything in Jedi looks clean and polished, from the ships to the costumes to the backgrounds. One of the triumphs of the first 2 films was the fact that it was next to impossible to imagine that they were filmed right here on Earth. In contrast, Jedi's sets look like sets. We picture cameras, plywood, and the key grip eating a sandwich just outside of the frame. Marquand never seems to know where to put the camera and is constrained by the space his scenes inhabit instead of inspired by it. In the end, it's surprising that Jedi doesn't have any cardboard tombstones falling over or a brief appearance by Vampira as the ghoul's wife. 4, it's just a bunch of Muppets. Admittedly, Star Wars had its share of fake-looking aliens in Mos Eisley, but many of them were genuinely innovative at the time. Hammerhead is still impressive. But none of them crossed the not-so-thin line between costume and Muppet. Even Yoda in Empire was constructed, filmed, and voiced well enough that we never thought to look for the hand up his rear. Don't get us wrong, we love Muppets, just not in the Star Wars universe. And Jedi's Gamorrean guards, only slightly less realistic than a Tor Johnson Halloween mask. Salacious Crumb, it's good to see the great Gonzo is still getting work. And Max Rebo, the blue piano-playing elephant with the often-visible wire controlling his trunk, are proof that you can take the Henson Studio out of Sesame Street, but you can't take Sesame Street out of the Henson Studio. Will the Criterion Edition Laserdisc include the deleted footage of Statler and Waldorf cracking wise from the balcony? 5, painful lack of innovation. When it comes to scavenging, Lucas could teach even the Jawa a thing or two. Jedi borrows from Star Wars on levels ranging from conceptual to minute. There's another opening scene with the Star Destroyer, although this time it isn't even permitted to finish its awesome crawl across the top of the screen. There's another Imperial stronghold to infiltrate and another energy beam to turn off. And of course there's another Death Star to blow up for the film's climax, though at least the Emperor had enough brains to plug up that pesky exhaust port. Most of the creatures and droids seen on Tatooine and Star Wars make background appearances as Jabba's court. Even Greedo's alive and well. Okay, maybe it's a different Rodian. They all look the same to us. Finally, little thought seems to have been given to developing or maturing any of the main characters in a realistic manner. Han and 3PO suffer the most, coming across as catchphrase-spouting caricatures of their former selves. 6, witty banter. Note to writer Lawrence Kasdan, if you must fill your script with witty banter, at least try and make it witty. With 1 or 2 exceptions, the humor in Star Wars and Empire was subtle, based on throwaway lines and the personality quirks of well-written characters. Jedi's overly contrived humor too often seems inspired by the setup to punchline wordplay found in a typical episode of Three's Company. In what is probably the film's single most painful moment, Solo requests 3PO to do a number of chores. After continually tapping him on the shoulder and preventing him from leaving to complete his duties, Solo quips, "Hurry up, will ya? I haven't got all day." Hardy har har. Based on witticisms like that, it's amazing that Luke never rebuked the Emperor by stating, "Up your nose with the rubber holes." Physical comedy. This is a galactic rebellion, for heaven's sake, yet even an Ewok clocks himself with his own slingshot. 3PO's legs pointed skyward after he falls off the skiff into the sand. countless adorable Muppets zanily cover their eyes or flip duck off their perches when faced with tense situations. Worst of all, there are 2 solid instances where burps are used for cheap laughs. Burps. And where are the fart jokes? Well, maybe in the next film. Which is funny because we did get somebody stepping in Bantha Poodoo in Phantom Menace. Jedi is so good a parody of the trilogy as one could hope for. There was really no need for Mel Brooks to make Spaceballs. Uninteresting locales. Star Wars and Empire took us to locales that many of us have never seen before in real life, namely a vast desert, a run-down spaceport, an enormous space battle station, a planet of ice and snow, a dense slithering swamp, and floating Cloud City. Jedi just rehashes what we've already seen, though Jedi's Tatooine looks significantly less exotic than it did in Star Wars, having been filmed in California instead of Tunisia. Adding only one new biome, the woods. Oh, so that's what trees look like. If this pattern continues, expect the next Star Wars film set on the mysterious planet of sidewalks and suburban ranch homes. Number 9, the Forest Battle of Endor. If we wanted to see improbable jungle shenanigans, we would have rented the Battle for the Planet of the Apes. The myriad traps and offensive weapons constructed by the Ewoks, apparently over the course of one night, work with such predictable precision against the Imperials. The battle is little more than scene after predictable scene of sticks and stones taking out high-tech weaponry and forest-trained stormtroopers. Jedi may be a fantasy film, but the Ewoks' victory still flies in the face of all reason, logic, and precedent. It's a cute little war in which dozens of human stormtroopers are beaten to death, but are only treated to one dead Ewok. Happily, audiences have always responded to the stupidity of this imbalance. In screening after screening, the Ewoks' groaning demise is typically met with more cheers and applause than the destruction of the Death Star. Han Solo. In Empire, 3PO stated that the carbonite would keep Solo safe, provided he survived the freezing process. Safe, yes, but 3PO said nothing about the side effects, namely that people in carbon freeze gain 20 pounds and take on the demeanor of Ward Cleaver on Quaaludes. Star Wars and Empire established Solo as a braggart, pirate, and all-around scoundrel. In Jedi, he's just a good-hearted, slack-jawed simp whose comments and actions are almost exclusively played for laughs. In not a single scene does Solo have the same acerbic edge he possessed in the previous films. Harrison Ford does nothing to help the situation, perhaps to his credit, acting with a boredom rarely paralleled as he kills time waiting for another Indiana Jones installment. Music. The soundtrack to Star Wars is an unquestioned classic. Empire's soundtrack gave us the trilogy's best piece of music, the Imperial March. What does Jedi have to offer? Some playful Peter and the Wolf-esque Ewok tunes and Jabba's foam and latex band. The song Lopty Neck was translated into English for an MTV video, and we learned that Lopty Neck actually means working out. The whole Flashdance craze was certainly popular back in '83, but now it's just embarrassing. Jabba's band is a pale imitation of Star Wars cantina musicians. The Muppets look fake and the music they play is truly wretched. Yet one of the scenes being added to this spring's updated Jedi release is another song by the band. Even more insipid, though, is the Ewoks' celebratory Yub Yub number at the end, cut from the special edition, which sounds suspiciously as if it's sung not by Ewoks but by humans. The theme to the Alien Nation TV series sounded more authentic. 3PO. 3PO was bearable in Star Wars because he and R2 played an integral role in the unfolding of the plot. He got on our nerves in Empire, but we could at least sympathize with the human characters who were more or less stuck with him and express their irritation. In Jedi, 3PO's along by choice, and everyone just loves chucking at the way he screws everything up. They decide to bring him along to Endor for no good reason, and we're all forced to endure another barrage of predictable outbursts, highlighting the shiny droid's cowardice, ego, and annoying verbosity. Shut him up or shut him down. Number 13, Obi-Wan's appearance to Luke. In case you missed the first 2 films, Obi-Wan Kenobi is supposed to be dead. In Star Wars and Empire, he made himself known to Luke through an occasional voice in the head or in a floating vision. In Jedi, all of Obi-Wan's street cred as a wizened spiritual guide is thrown out the window when he appears on Dagobah and shuffles around like Fred G. Stanford in a coat of glow paint. Rather than floating in one place, he fades in 20 feet away and walks up to Luke, eventually resting his non-corporeal butt on a rock. The ensuing two-way conversation scrambles to tie up too many loose ends at once, made worse by the fact that the character saying it all shouldn't even be there on such a literal level. And unlikely his similarly flawed Dagobah appearance in Empire, Jedi never lets us see Obi-Wan fade back into oblivion once his message is delivered. For all we know, he and Luke could have spent hours hanging out and gossiping like housewives. Number 14, Luke. We like Mark Hamill, really, but though he was perfectly cast as the wet-behind-the-ears student in the first 2 films, he simply lacks the dignity to pull off a believable Jedi Knight. To top things off, he has Aunt Beru's haircut from the first film. We forget, was Jedi released before or after the advent of Supercut Salon Chain? 15, surprise, they're brother and sister. After Jedi came out, Lucas would routinely go on record stating that in his mind, Star Wars was always first and foremost a story about a brother and sister. Does anybody really buy this? Star Wars and Empire both had sexually charged scenes that play significantly creepier when watched with the knowledge that Luke and Leia are siblings. It seems unlikely that Lucas would have included those scenes if he knew that one day people would be seeing them from such a different perspective. What seems likely, however, is that when Jedi came around, Lucas was grasping at straws, searching desperately for a plot revelation to equal Empire's classic father-son moment. Oh well, even if Lucas is telling the truth, Yoda did after all say in Empire that there was another. The issue could have been handled in a less clumsy fashion. Having Luke and Leia learn about their relationship through means other than spur-of-the-moment, albeit force-guided guesses, would have been a start. Number 16, unforgivable dialogue. 3PO approaching Jabba's palace. I have a bad feeling about this. Han Solo when confronted by Ewoks. I have a bad feeling about this. Leia after releasing Solo from Carbon Freeze. I gotta get you out of here. Leia after being freed from Jabba's chains. We gotta get out of here. Leia after she and an Ewok are ambushed on Endor. Let's get out of here. With dialogue like this, it seems Lucas finally put that million monkeys and a million typewriters theory to the test. Horrible exposition. R2, look, it's Captain Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. Lines like this are for those people who somehow missed the first 2 movies. 3PO is the main offender throughout, even going so far as to offer a long Ewokese summary of the trilogy's plot thus far, with sound effects no less. Of course, Lucas would probably say that scene was to show the entrancing magic of storytelling. Call us cynical, but entrancing magic makes us want to puke. You know what? This article goes on and on and on. And you can find it on the Film Threat website by just looking up 50 Reasons Why Jedi Sucks. Or I can drop it for you in the chat right here. And I'm sure a lot of you are pissed about me reading it anyway. Oh, I don't know if I got the whole thing. Maybe I didn't get the whole thing. Hang on. No. Maybe I did. We'll see. If you can't get it, you know where to find it. Maybe I did. One more time. Let's see if I got the whole thing this time. There you go. There you go. Now you have it. Oh, it was there the first time. So you go get that, people, and you read the rest of the article because it goes on and on. Dan Weber wrote that. He did addendums to that, I just noticed. I hadn't read that article in a long time. But you get the picture. And then after Jedi, we got the Droids animated series. We got the Ewoks animated series. We got the Ewoks TV movies. The Battle for Endor, Caravan of Courage. And Star Wars became the franchise. And to my mind, that was, from George Lucas's perspective, that's where Star Wars... Now, you have to understand, I am not saying this to harsh anybody's mellow. What I am trying to do is say that this is what's happened to all of our franchises. Once they are created to first make money, they are compromised. Now, I understand. When something becomes, it's late-stage capitalism. When you can make money from something, why shouldn't you make money from it? I'm not naive enough to think, leave money on the table. The problem is, and these things that became monumentally lucrative were not ever considered. Star Wars was not considered a gigantic money-making proposition when it was first made. George Lucas went to Universal after American Graffiti, which he made for less, just like our friend Curry, who made Obsession, he made American Graffiti for less than $1 million. It made over $150 million at the box office. He went to Universal and he said, look, I always loved Flash Gordon as a kid. I'd love to do a modern version of Flash Gordon. They couldn't get the rights. Universal said no. And it was Alan Ladd Jr. over at Fox that greenlit Star Wars. George Lucas, of course, everybody makes a movie hoping it's going to make money. But most filmmakers will tell you that when they're making their movies, they might be thinking about money, but what they're really thinking about is making a great film. People grew up, and the filmmakers that I knew when I was in film school, everybody grew up wanting to contribute to the great pantheon of movies, because we all grew up in the 20th century and movies were the greatest art form we'd ever seen, the greatest art form that ever existed, an art form that was unique to the 20th century that could not exist without technology. And anybody who was making films was not thinking about Star Wars type success. They were thinking about making a great movie. Yeah, you want it to be successful because you want to be able to get money to make another movie. But Star Wars and Empire, I mean, you might say that Empire was, but even then they didn't know if it would work. Sequels didn't usually work. I mean, Godfather 2 was an exception. You know, Empire could have been Jaws 2, even though I'm a Jaws 2 apologist, I'll tell you right now. But nobody thought necessarily that Empire Strikes Back would ever be as monumentally successful as it was, or that it was going to further the Star Wars franchise. It was a risk. Jedi was not. Return of the Jedi had all the wrong impulses because they were not thinking about story. They were thinking about money. At least George Lucas was, and you can't blame him. He started a huge empire. He was running multiple businesses. He was actually advancing the technology that was used to make movies, whether it was Edit Droid or whether it was what he was doing with THX Sound. He was putting all that money, admittedly, back into things to advance the art form. But Jedi was conceived of as a money-making proposition. The story shows you that it was, because it doesn't have a very satisfying story. Not compared to Star Wars and Empire. And the thing is, it's hard because people who weren't there can't see it. You know, if you like Star Wars, you like Star Wars. And I get it. I understand. But I'm telling you that to have been an imagination connoisseur and to live through the inception and the furthering of the Star Wars franchise, and I'll tell you something else. People forget that Star Wars went away. Star Wars popularity waned. After Jedi came out, Jedi did not have the staying power of Star Wars and Empire, because what did you get? You got Ewoks, and you got the Droids TV series. You got the Ewok movies. All of that stuff was directed right at kids. And you know what that did? The people that loved the kids that loved Star Wars and Empire, the kids, the 10-year-old me that loved Star Wars, we left. We left. Star Wars abandoned us. No one cared about Ewok TV movies or droid cartoon shows. So as the 80s moved on, you know, in 84, we got fucking Terminator. We got Back to the Future in 85. Everything started to surpass Star Wars. Not that it was better, but it was more relevant. Jedi had nothing to say as we got older. And that's what happened with Star Wars. It wasn't until they had a careful plan and they orchestrated bringing Star Wars back. Dark Horse got the comic rights in the early 90s, and the Timothy Zahn trilogy was being written. Those were two very calculated things. And there were occasional video games and things like that, but Star Wars left the pop culture zeitgeist in the latter half of the 80s. It was gone. Nobody cared. Even the toys stopped selling. You could only make so many. I mean, who would have thought if you told me that a Man was going to come back and on the movie screens in 2026, I would have said, really? A Man? Okay. So that's good. So the people that are making Star Wars now want to bring back those Return of the Jedi action figures. Again, hey, I got an idea. What if we took all the chess pieces from Star Wars and actually made them... What if someone owned all those and they were real? I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess. But anyway, that's what happened. And Star Wars left until they decided to... And I'll tell you something else. And I have no proof of this, but people have thought about this or talked about it. Ask yourself, why did George Lucas make the Star Wars special editions? Why? Star Wars, what he decided to change was a little haphazard. The real interesting part about the Star Wars special editions is they have a different copyright. They're a different copyright. And why did the original versions of Star Wars disappear? Why can't you still get the original versions of Star Wars? The only time that George Lucas released them in any home format after the Star Wars special editions came out was he once put the transfers, the Laserdisc transfers, on DVD, but in the wrong aspect ratio. My theory, and a theory that a lot of people share, is that Marsha Lucas, because of the acrimonious divorce that they had, Marsha and George, that George didn't want her to get any more money by making the Star Wars special editions and changing the copyright. No more money for Marsha. That's just a theory. I don't know if that's true, but it's interesting. Anyway, so my contention is that the Star Wars world, universe, was deeply compromised by its own success. And Return of the Jedi and its wake with the droid show, with the Ewok animated series and the Ewok adventure movies prove that George Lucas thought, and in his mind, Star Wars was now a children's franchise. Now, thank God for Dark Horse, because if you want to do something really interesting, if you have never read the Dark Empire comic series, imagine, and this says a lot, try this as an experiment, because a lot of people haven't delved into the extended universe, but imagine after Star Wars left the pop culture zeitgeist, we got the Star Wars Dark. It's hard to go back and read both of these things because there's been so much water under the bridge and so many stories that have been told, and, fucking Mara Jade and Asajj Ventress, whatever, But go back and with the mindset of there had been no Star Wars and read the Dark Empire comics. Not Dark Empire 2. You can read that later too if you want. But get the Dark Empire Dark Horse comics. And ask yourself, do those comics feel like Return of the Jedi? Or do they feel more like The Empire Strikes Back and Star Wars itself? I don't know what that means. But I would say that when I read the Dark Empire comic, is it perfect? No. But it felt like the Star Wars I wanted. And to a certain extent, Timothy Zahn's trilogy did too. The Heir to the Empire trilogy. Not perfect, but it felt like Star Wars. Now, everything that's happened since, you can talk about that and analyze that all you want. But I'm just saying that Star Wars was irrevocably changed by Return of the Jedi. What do you guys think? Go down and leave a comment. Tell me what you think. And let's see. Let's go up and see what people have to say. And by the way, I want to say this because people were accusing me of being a hater. I don't hate things just to hate them. I'm not trying to rage farm clicks or anything like that. I don't have a big enough audience, and I certainly don't have a lucrative enough channel to get hundreds of thousands of people to come here because I want to rage against the dying of the light. What I'm interested in this more from a cultural and a business standpoint, more from an anthropological standpoint, and how, a lot of people talk about, and I've been accused of this even today, that, the company you keep, you guys are always talking about, someone's either calling me a right-wing supremacist or I'm being called a far-left cuckoo. When I'm like, it's so bizarre to me because I believe in common sense, That's mostly where I'm at. And I'm progressive about certain things like, why wouldn't you believe that the environment should be protected? We live in a closed system. If you're going to pollute our environment, it's bad. You wouldn't leave your kitchen 20% dirty, would you? So why do we leave the environment that literally it gives us all the sustenance that human beings have? Why would there be an acceptable level of arsenic in the groundwater or mercury? How about not do that? Now, I know it costs a lot, and I know that corporations need to make sure that they get profits. But why would there ever be any kind of environmental impact? Why would you allow environmental impact from industry? Why are we building data centers that use so much water? I mean, that's bad. You can't, no, there's profits to be made. And if that's progressive, again, I go back to, if your kitchen is 20% dirty, that's not good. So why would the environment be that way? Does that make me a progressive, or am I somebody with common sense? I don't know. But I'm not trying to clickbait or rage bait. And I'm not trying to say that I'm better than you because I hate Return of the Jedi and you love Return of the Jedi. Everybody loves Return of the Jedi. But I'm saying that no one's looking at it objectively. Now, if you take yourself out of it, that's what I'm trying to say, is look at, first of all, the history of how Star Wars happened. That's why I would suggest reading the J.W. Rinzler books. You want to hear something really interesting? J.W. Rinzler passed away, but he also wrote these beautiful coffee table making of books on Alien and Planet of the Apes. He also wrote, was helping Mark Cotta-Vance write a book, this making of book on The Force Awakens, and it got scrapped because Disney was uncomfortable with everything that they would have said about the making of Force Awakens because they want to control their own narrative, which I get it. But again, corporations don't know how to tell stories. Corporations are by definition interested in making money. So when you have an IP like Star Wars that was created born out of true desire to truly be creative, once it passes into the hands of a corporation does not care. A corporation, how are we going to make great Star Wars? All they want to do is make money. That's their job. And I think all of us that are called grifters on YouTube, depending on how we approach things, we're all saying the same thing. The stories that meant so much to us growing up, that gave us meaning, that fueled our imaginations, that helped us get to wherever we were going to be in life. We've had to watch corporations take ownership of these things, and suddenly the stories that are being told are what I like to call fraudulent stories, because they're not born out of wanting to tell a story. They're born out of wanting to make money. And by definition, how do you tell a good story? If you don't have a creator that is interested in telling, I mean, you can't even say, like J.J. Abrams came and did The Force Awakens. What does he do? He gives C-3PO a red arm and makes the Millennium Falcon have a rectangular fucking dish. Why? Because then he can point to every rectangular dish Falcon they sell. Oh, a little bit of that goes into J.J. Abrams. Let's have a red C-3PO arm, and that goes to Bad Robot. And does Disney why do we want R2-D2? I mean, we need to have BB-8. That's our own robot. We want that. How did that work out for you in the long run, Disney? The thing is, the irony is that these corporations that buy these franchises to make money, by definition, will never make as much money as they want because they will not tell the stories that will keep those franchises fresh and vibrant. They're always fraudulent, and they're never going to be good. And that's why you wind up with somebody swallowing their comm badge in Star Trek Starfleet Academy, or somebody, BlackRock, says, oh, you have to have DEI initiatives and you have to have all this stuff in the stories. And it's like, we know as viewers, you're lying to us. Your stories are lies because they're not born out of telling us a good story. We know what a good story is. You know why? I read Dark Empire. Wasn't perfect, but the people at Cam Kennedy, and they wrote stories that were fucking good. Why? Because they weren't going to make millions of dollars. They just wanted to tell a great Star Wars story. That's why Dark Empire was dope, and Timothy Zahn was tapped to write Star Wars, but he knew he was probably going to make some good money. But you ask him now how he feels about that. Did he get what he was due? No. What did Disney do? They stole Grand Admiral Thrawn from him. They told him after the fact, hey, we're going to use you in our animated shows. It's like, I've railed about this before, but give me a fucking break. Just because it's work for hire, we own that stuff. You know what? If you're saying, it's work for hire, we can steal Grand Admiral Thrawn. We don't have to check in with Timothy Zahn. We own it. Really, do you? Sure, on paper you own it, but do you really understand the character of Grand Admiral Thrawn? Well, we're going to change him a little bit. Yeah, I know. Right. You're going to change him a little bit. But you didn't create that character. And that's the thinking now. It's not about race. It's not about politics. It's about money. And it's about politics when you have people like Vanguard and BlackRock telling you what kind of initiatives you have to inject into our culture through storytelling. It's all a bunch of bullshit. And we all know it. We all know it's bullshit. And we all were lied to all the time. I just want great stories, man. Great stories fuel our culture. And when Star Wars and Star Trek and Doctor Who and whatever the fuck else you love is being perverted in some way, we know. The anger is our stories are being compromised by people that don't know how to tell stories themselves. That's it. That's it. And Return of the Jedi is a cautionary tale about what happens to what should be the greatest entertainment franchise ever. Star Wars. Maybe some say it is. But the last time Star Wars was pure was when Empire Strikes Back was made. Ever since then, there's always been a money-making agenda behind it. Why? Because it can make money. And, that's the paradox. Once you do something really well and it becomes popular and you can make something and become filthy rich, a corporation will want to buy it, and it'll never be as good as it was before a corporation bought it, because now the reason that the product is being exploited is to make money. When ironically, the better the story you tell is, the more money you'll make. But they don't know how to do that. Corporations don't know how to tell stories. Anyway, just my Robservations for tonight on Return of the Jedi. I have more to make about the Mandalorian and Grogu. Now, let me go back to read your super chats. Emerson West says, "Can we live in a world where here Star Wars dies like Flash Gordon, or are all IPs now just beating dead horses?" Well, as long as they make money. But Word Balloon says, "You're right. Return of the Jedi was a letdown, but okay." Heat Ray Yuck. The first spoken lines in Jedi sound so post-audio. Always a shaky way to start. Jabba's court remains a formative experience for me, however. I know, and I'm not going to take that away from you, because you were probably really young when you saw it, and it was probably awesome. Captain Dr. Hawkeye. Oh, is that a MASH reference? Nice. Ewoks designed for merchandise should have been Wookiees. Can't argue with that. Heatre Yuck says, "It's true that Jedi was the first entirely corporate Star Wars outing." It's true. Tornawatt Studio says, "My brother and I saw Return of the Jedi opening night in Michigan. News vans outside the theater to get reactions. Even at 15, the editing was off, the tone, the Ewoks." 200-Watt Studio goes on to say, "George should have seen Monty Python's Holy Grail before he thought of those Ewok gags. I can hear the sawing and hammering in the woods." That's true. Brendan Lucas says, "Disney will always struggle to make a Star Wars movie that touches the audience because Disney is materialist and rejects Star Wars Buddhist inspirations." Yeah, I mean, I agree. They can't even. It's funny to me. What I don't understand is, like, Lucas did look to Kurosawa for a lot of inspiration. The Mandalorian clearly is looking at Westerns, or The Man with No Name. I mean, Boba Fett had a poncho. His poncho was designed from The Man with No Name, Clint Eastwood. I don't understand why they don't look at, like, Hang 'em High and make that The Mandalorian. They don't. Anyway, I'll get into that tomorrow. This is a tough one. Vikasuja? Is that how you say that? What is your current Star Wars ranking? Well, my Star Wars ranking is, I mean, look, if I have to give you, to me, Star Wars and Empire are Star Wars. Everything else is lesser because everything else was made with corporate and money making involved. And I'm not saying that Star Wars and Empire, all movies are made to make money. They're commercial art. But no one knew how successful. Empire was still a risk. Even though Star Wars was hugely successful, not a lot of sequels. Jaws was hugely successful too, but Jaws 2, as much as I like it, was not nearly as successful as Jaws. So the idea, and that Jaws 2 came out in 1978. So that wasn't nearly as successful. But my current Star Wars ranking, it's hard. I mean, right now, look, I even like Rogue One, but I don't think it matches up with Star Wars. I don't understand the end of Rogue One. I don't understand where the blockade runner is going. They have the thing. Why don't they just zip off using light speed, drop out of light speed, transmit the signal to the rebels, and go again? Like, how do they make the end of Rogue One get to... They don't need to go to Tatooine. They don't need to go through this rigmarole. I know they're getting chased by Vader, but still... So, I mean, I would say that I appreciate the tone of Rogue One, but to me, I would say that Andor, Rogue One, Star Wars, and Empire are what I would tell people is Star Wars. And then I would say, okay, the thing about the prequel trilogy is... I don't hate the prequel trilogy. I don't hate the story that's being told. The problem is George Lucas went full on in the first one, the kids movie thing. It's very difficult to deal with. The film doesn't feel, I mean, I don't want to rehash all of that, but I think that Plinkett's reviews, when I first heard Red Letter Media and Plinkett's reviews, I started with the Next Gen movies and Generations. When I heard that, I can't tell you how many times I watched Red Letter Media's review of Star Trek Generations, and then when they came out with the prequel trilogy reviews, I just couldn't believe it. They were such wicked takedowns, but they were all true, and there's reasons for that. But those movies just don't. I don't want to get into it, but I think the story that they're telling is sound. So I think that the prequel trilogy, I just don't like the execution, but the story's interesting. It's just, I think part of the reason is George Lucas sort of lost touch. He couldn't be a person anymore. He became a worldwide celebrity, and he was so detached from the world that those films kind of reflect that. But I would say that then those are valid though, because they came from George Lucas, and he wrote and directed all three of them. So to me, and everything after that, I just whatever. I mean, look, I like certain comics. I like some of the Dark Horse Tales of the Jedi comics and Knights of the Old Republic, and all that stuff's fine. But that's all spun off into ridiculousness. The Star Wars universe is great. I love the Star Wars universe, but I just don't care about any of the stories. I know everybody else does, and it's like sacrilege. Hey, when I was playing Shadows of the Empire, Prince Shizor, I liked all that stuff. It was fine. But to me, it's a bunch of other people's interpretations. So when you go back to first principles, that's kind of what, and John Knoll had the idea for Rogue One, so he's going back to Star Wars, and I like the idea. It was more along the lines of fighting a galactic war, so that's kind of what I have to say. 200 Watt Studio says the Luke and Leia Frenching is way sexy now. It's true. 200 Watt Studio says Lucas took a huge gamble on merchandising. Coppola had taken a bath on merchandising for the Conversation 2 years before. Yeah, it was a huge gamble, and he was right. Alvaro Zinus, Mr. Zinus, Alvaro Zinus. All prior Star Wars theatrical films have robust novelizations for adult readers. Mandalorian and Grogu currently has no novelization. If they publish one, I'll bet it is junior grade level. I think that says something. You might be right about that, Alvaro. You might very well be right. Peter Cunnington has been a member for 3 months. Says, is Star Wars now just beating a dead horse, or should we be hopeful? Look, I've always said Star Wars or any IP is one step away from being great. What you need is a passionate filmmaker that has a passionate story to tell. The problem is, how do you get past Disney corporate? You know, they don't, and they're going to look at whatever you tell there, because Disney is thinking is so myopic in terms of they don't have, you know, a lot of people made Kathleen Kennedy a villain, and indeed maybe she was, but she's still one of the greatest movie producers who ever lived. But she was beholden to Disney corporate too. She couldn't just do anything she wanted. I mean, they kept trying to revive these franchises without anybody having a great story. You know, what you want is you want to find James Mangold, and I know I don't mean to do a Raiders movie, but what James Mangold could do with Logan, what he did with Wolverine, you know, and he was kind of given carte blanche to do it. That's what you want. And Disney is they're never going to let the reins go of Star Wars. And I don't necessarily think that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are the guys to control Star Wars. Dave Filoni has an animation mindset. That's where everything he's done in live action, whether it's the Ahsoka show, everything that Disney has done, with the exception, what was the only thing? Tony Gilroy was given carte blanche to do Andor. And a lot of people don't like Andor. A lot of old school fans don't like Andor. And I understand that, because a lot of old school fans, they are the product of a Star Wars that was made for kids. And you can't take that away from them. But like, I came to Star Wars as a child, as a 10-year-old, but Star Wars, I didn't see it as something for kids. I saw it as something to aspire to when I grew up. You know? And another thing that Star Wars is missing is the every person. The Luke is a farm boy, the Han is a truck driver. You know, now everybody in Star Wars is exceptional. And that's an inversion of what went on in the first place. Martino Sumoni with 100. I see 100 there. You were so generous to me, sir. Martino says, finally, someone is telling it how it is. I love you, Rob. Well, Martino's actually been to Piz Gloria, where they shot On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And he sent me a shirt for my birthday from there, which is amazing. And Martino also sent me my Lego Orca from Jaws, which is right over there, that I'm going to have to build soon. So, yes. Thank you for that, Martino. You were too generous. Brendan Lucas says, it's nuts how corporations feel so liberated to steal characters. In the Fallout show, they freely stole characters and didn't pay the developers a penny. Well, that's what happens. You know, I mean, unfortunately, once a corporation buys something, you know, they own it all, and they don't have to. What I find crazy is you've got like the Writers Guild of America, and how if somebody creates a character, they're supposed to be paid, but there's all these Byzantine ways to get around stuff. I mean, our Alex Kurtzman flat out said, yeah, we took inspiration from Ursula K. Le Guin's story, Those Who Walk Away from Umlaus, and they just ripped it off. In the original, when Star Trek was being made originally, when there was even a whiff that they might have stolen Frederick Brown's story Arena, they contacted him, they gave him some credit and some money, and they took care of that. But nowadays, they just steal whatever they want. Who cares? Kevin says, hey, brother, Kevin here. Can I get in on this? I do have some insights, you know, troops, tag, and bink. How about, Kevin, you come on tomorrow? Tomorrow's actually the 25th of May when Star Wars opened, and I'm doing a Mando and Grogu show, and we talk about that, because that would be good. Real Thomas Logan says, Bobby, your Return of the Jedi hate is 100% headcanon based. You didn't get what you wanted in your head after Empire, so you hate what George Lucas gave you. Okay, I don't know how you can listen to everything I just said and think that's true, because it's not true. Return of the Jedi has a terrible screenplay. it doesn't tell a good story. It's not whether I want it. I'm not the only one who recognized this, and I'm not the only person to say it. It's not about my headcanon. It's about whether a movie's good or not. And I would say that it's impossible for you to judge whether it's good or not because you're younger than me. And when you saw it, you are incapable, as are a lot of people, to judge Return of the Jedi because you probably saw it was your first Star Wars movie in a theater. And I get that. I freely admit that. And it's like the same thing when it comes down to it, Goonies. I saw Goonies when I was older. I saw Goonies the year I graduated from high school. I was a much more astute movie watcher. I found Goonies to be insufferable. I reviewed it for my high school newspaper. I said it was insufferable. And I said it was one of the only movies I'd ever seen in my life that had gratuitous kissing in it. Most people love Goonies because they saw it when they were 8 or 9. And they loved it. Now, I'm not going to say that you shouldn't like it. I'm not going to come and yuck your yum. But what I'm saying is your love of these things is not based on their actual merit. It's based on when you saw it and how you felt when you did. And Return of the Jedi, of course it's beloved. That doesn't mean it's great. When I'm trying to analyze something, I'm trying to analyze it from a universal perspective. Just because a bunch of people love Return of the Jedi, and they do. John Campea says it's his favorite Star Wars movie. Now, would I tell him no? I can't. You can't convince somebody if it's his favorite Star Wars movie, it's his favorite Star Wars movie. I'm not going to tell you it's not your favorite Star Wars movie because it is your favorite Star Wars movie. So why? You're not wrong. But I'm not trying to analyze. I've never tried to analyze movies as to whether or not I like them. I'm trying to analyze movies, my entire analysis of film or any art. I try and, obviously, my perception is important, but I try and step outside of something. Because when it comes to movies, trying to still make movies myself, I'm trying to understand what makes films work. What makes films work really well and what makes films not work really well. So I don't do that. If I'm trying to design a narrative, for instance, I'm trying to figure out, okay, how do these narratives work? What is it about the great stories that work? And it's not about my headcanon. I've never analyzed anything based on what I want or what I don't want. When I try to analyze something is whether or not it's good or not. You just said, I hate what George Lucas gave me. I don't hate what George Lucas gave me. I think what George Lucas gave me was not based in the same reality of what he gave us with the original Star Wars. As I tried to explain, part of what he did in Return of the Jedi, what he was doing within that story was specifically to make money. And that's not untrue. And if that's what you're looking for, you've already compromised your storytelling. Because you're putting in things. Why are there so many secondary action figure characters? Why is there a character of Weequay at all? Why is there a character? Why is a man a figure? And why is a man in the fucking Mandalorian and Grogu? Not, the race, the man race, or whatever. Why? Why do we have to watch the game board pieces from Star Wars come to life in the arena? Now, I would say that's kind of a fun idea, but that's a fourth wall breaking idea. From a storytelling perspective, a lot of people are going to love that. But in my mind, it's hard for me to get past the fact that I recognize it. Oh my God, look, it's the holographic monsters from Star Wars. That to me is not good storytelling because it's broken the fourth wall. But it's not me hating on what George did. I don't think that Return of the Jedi comes anywhere near the quality of Star Wars or Empire. And I thought I tried to articulate it on this show. Just because Return of the Jedi is beloved, doesn't mean... I mean, most of the people that talk about Star Wars now, as I pointed out at the beginning of my show, were already alive when Star Wars existed. And that's fine, but Star Wars means something very different, especially to culture. So the real question is, because I was there at the beginning and was influenced as a child, are my thoughts just as valid as people who love Return of the Jedi or not? A lot of people would say my point of view is completely invalidated, like you just did, when I'm sitting here trying to articulate why I think this. Now, I might be right, I might be wrong. Other people are going to feel very differently because, as you pointed out, they love Return of the Jedi. There's a lot of people that do, and I'm not going to take that away from them because they genuinely love Return of the Jedi. But, you know, they love Return of the Jedi because they saw it at a certain point in time. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Mr. Plainview, are you an oil man? Or Mick Plainview, you're an oil man. Welcome to the Imagination Connoisseur. By the way, for all you new channel members, next week we have these member calls where we hang out for like 3 or 4 hours and just jabber, and you're all invited. So, Darth Plato says Han spoofing himself in Jedi. Hey, it's me. Yep, break that fourth wall, Han. Brendan Lucas says, regarding the Mandalorian, Westerns, and the poncho, it's because these old Western films have a spiritual substrate and Disney doesn't understand what that is. I think they understand what it is. It's just they don't, you start talking about, look, I would love to see the Mandalorian episode that rips off High Plains Drifter. Take that in your pipe and smoke it. Roland Kelly says, I totally agree with you, Rob. I remember seeing it opening day and felt this one was off. I even felt embarrassed sitting next to my parents when we saw the Ewok shenanigans. Yeah, I know. Totally. That's another thing that's really weird. I mean, how do you put... It's an apocalyptic battle where these poor animals are going to get trounced by the Empire. I mean, either way, it's tragedy. But it's played for laughs. A war. That, I mean, as opposed to look at the rout on Hoth. That wasn't played for laughs. Look at that. Look at the difference between how war is portrayed in Empire as to how war is portrayed in Jedi. It says a lot. Brandon Lucas says, I really didn't like Rogue One. The quiet shift from the Force to Rebel versus Empire. Saw Gerrera as Che Guevara. Just felt the writing was on the wall. Yeah, I could see that. But you know what? The Force really wasn't that much of a part of Star Wars. It was there. I mean, Luke channels the Force at the end. But mostly that is about the battle between the Empire and the Rebels. Certainly Empire was as well. So... 200 Watt Studio says, I love the Marvel Star Wars comic, especially the Tarkin space weapon arc that was the inspiration for the Death Star 2. Yeah, I like that too. Or the World Devastators that were in Dark Empire. CLS Rocks, is that what that is? My intro to Star Wars was the Al Milgrom Marvel Comics Empire. Yeah, there was some great stuff there. Walt Simonson, they did some great work. Brandon Lucas says, was it Brian Fuller's plan to have the Lorca surprise and have a flawed captain every series that affected Michael's maturation? Was just curious. I don't know if that's true. A lot of that, the Mirror Universe stuff, but it was very different in its conception of what was going on there. But yeah, he was playing with the Mirror Universe, but also things like the Spore Drive. All of that came out of, it was supposed to all be terraforming. It was just really weird. They had to move away from Brian's 13 outlines. I mean, there's 150 pages that beat out that entire first season. And once Brian was gone, they have to make it their own. Dynaguy says, kids' movies can be for everyone. Pixar did it consistently for over a decade. Star Wars doesn't know how to do it. Hopefully Mangold does something. No, I mean, I think, look at the Toy Story movies. Look at Toy Story 3. I mean, that's a film that does appeal to children, but look what happens at the end of that film. They ain't playing in those movies, and they appeal to everybody. That's the key. McPlainview says, you're a Star Wars fan and capable of analyzing films through the eyes of a craftsman. You are a rarity indeed, Rob. One might even say an anomaly. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess so. I am an anomaly. We do have our movie White Devils. We're working on the deliverables right now. Hopefully we'll be doing a true noir movie. And, if I'll say this, there's a lot of people that don't know. They just think I'm on YouTube. But if you want to hear something that I did, that I directed and produced and had a hand mostly in creating, I would invite all of you to go listen to my audio drama, True Noir, The Assassination of Anton Cermak. It was written by Max Allan Collins, who has this book out. He just published The Return of the Maltese Falcon. But it's based on the first of his 19-novel Nathan Heller series, and it's a 4.5-hour story about Detective Nathan Heller, and he gets involved with the Chicago outfit after Al Capone is put in jail after the end of The Untouchables, and how he gets involved in gangster shenanigans and the assassination of Chicago's mayor, based on all true story stuff. And I directed it, I produced it, I edited it, and I'm very proud of it. So you can go listen to that. It dropped on all audio platforms. And come at me, bro. You can criticize me all you want. Tell me if you think I'm a good storyteller. True Noir, The Assassination of Anton Cermak. I know it's only an audio drama, but I approached it like a movie. It's got its own soundtrack. You'll see. But check it out. Because, look, the only reason that I feel I can be critical of anything is because I'm also making things that you can be critical of. If I wasn't making something, I couldn't talk mad shit on the internet. And I often encourage people, look, I've never had the opportunity to make things in quite the way I wanted to, but True Noir is something that has my 100% stamp of approval, that I would say this represents what I believe is good storytelling. Now, I didn't write it. Max Allan Collins did. But that's why, I had him write it, which is why it's as good as it is because he scripted it and adapted his own novel. He's an incredible screenwriter. So, there you go. Hot Pulp sends in a super chat, and I appreciate that. What a good name. Dream Logic Pictures said, seeing Jedi opening night at the Egyptian was my first cold splash of reality that life will disappoint you. Ouch. Ouch. Wow. But I felt that way too. Brandon Lucas says, well, the critical dilemma at the end of Star Wars is Luke trusting his dead computer or his own faith in what he can't see with his own eyes. Yeah. Well, the difference is, I always looked at the Force as a metaphor, the same metaphor that you're dealing with in, say, Karate Kid. The Force is we're tapping into the ability to better ourselves through discipline, through hard work. It's because it's a science fiction fantasy context, it's this force. It surrounds us and binds us. It's the force of life is what it is, and the idea that, like, let me ask all of you out there a question. What do the Sith want? What do they want? That the devil wants to take your soul and abscond with it down to the Stygian depths of hell. But what does the Sith want? They're going to take over the galaxy, and then what? What is their ideology? Are they going to try and create the galactic caliphate? Are they going to impose some kind of law? What do they want? Who are they serving? Is there a Sith god? And I think that's something that, to me, that's a problem, because you've got this kind of nebulously defined evil, and you don't really know what they want, because frankly, maybe the Sith would do a better job running the galaxy. You never know. It really depends. But it doesn't seem like they necessarily want to oppress people. The Sith, not the Empire. But are they one and the same? I don't know. I'd love to know, though. Brendan Lucas says, I read that before. Hang on. You guys are loquacious tonight. I like that. But I think that's what, use the Force, Luke, was Ben telling Like, yes, do you want to read that as he's literally tapping into that universal force energy? Or is he trusting himself as a pilot, knowing when to fire? And to me, Ben Kenobi was always telling Luke to trust himself. Trust your abilities. And because if it's supernatural, the idea of something being supernatural, that takes your agency away. The whole point of learning how to tap into the Force is so you become better. It's not so you're controlled by an outside force. You are controlling yourself using the Force. It's like Zen. Andrew Brown said, did you get to see Gundam Hathaway's Sorcery of the Nymph Circe? Which was awesome. You know what? We were going to go, and I realized I hadn't seen the beginnings of Gundam Hathaway. So I didn't want to watch the end of it without seeing it all. So I'm going to watch it all and then watch that movie. Although that movie looks dope. I love the fact that at the end they use Guns N' Roses. That's all. I've watched that video like 4 times. Stuckins J says, I didn't live through the merchandising. I binged everything all at once. I think it made me see it as a single screenplay that averages to great. Yeah, I think that's true. And that's another thing. When you're watching all this stuff at once, you're binging it all. You tend... Remember, for me, there was 3 years in between each Star Wars movie. So I had 3 years to contemplate what I was seeing and what I hoped for and what I wanted. And that's different. The Real Thomas Logan says, Bobby, rather than continue to obsess over how much you hate Return of the Jedi, why don't you just tell us what you wanted in Episode 6? Does Luke go bad? Is Han dead? Well, I mean, I could tell you, but what I wanted was something along the lines of Return of the King, which I'd already read, but it's hard when you're thinking about trilogies not to think about the greatest fantasy trilogy of all. What they were ramping up to is something quite large, a story on a huge scope. And the Battle of the Pelennor Fields was something I thought we would see. That's, to be honest, I mean, I don't know exactly what I was expecting to see, but the same way that Star Wars, Empire, I mean, what you were leading to was you were leading to the fact that Luke was going to become a Jedi Knight, and Luke was going to face the Emperor and Vader always. But then you also had the rebels. You had the rebellion had to defeat the Empire. Because people forget about that. Like, remember, what happens at the end of Return of the Jedi? You have a pitched space battle with the rebellion that's attacking the Empire, and then at the same time, most of the Empire does not know that the Emperor is a Dark Lord of the Sith. They just think he's the Emperor, and that he has powers, but the fact that he's a Dark Lord of the Sith is still clandestine. So the Jedi, you would have to have I wanted to see the rebels are going to attack Coruscant or whatever, it'd be huge. And instead of having the Death Star 2, you go to Coruscant, which they had talked about. They hadn't really mentioned it in the movies, but in the legends and all that stuff existed. That's what I wanted to see. A city planet, knowing where we're going to go. And the fact that in the special edition, they show us Coruscant. I'm like, that's where, give me a Return of the King style, massive conflagration of the ultimate, you have the ultimate personal stakes that are happening at the same time, the largest stakes of all, which is kind of what was going on in, at the end of Return of the King. You have Frodo and Sam that continue to march to Mount Doom, to the crack of doom. And then at the same time, you have Rohan, you have the White City, you have the worlds of men and elves that have to stand against the armies of Mordor. To me, that's your movie. That's how I would like to have seen Return of the Jedi end, on that kind of with that kind of scope and that kind of threat and that kind of so they got the confrontation with Luke and Vader and the Emperor kind of right. I would have liked to have seen it. Well, this battle station will be operational when your friends arrive. I would have liked to have done less with that. I'll tell you something else. that I didn't get to. But, and again, it's hard to explain this now to people because they don't know what I'm talking about. When Vader talks to the Emperor in Empire Strikes Back, they move the Star Destroyer out of the asteroid field so he can contact the Emperor. And Clive Revill did the voice. They had not cast Ian McDiarmid yet, so the Emperor, you had a woman's face, and then you had Clive Revill doing the voice. The Emperor was not the witch from Snow White. The Emperor was this shadowy figure that was contemplative. You know, when Vader's like, if he could be turned, he would be a valuable asset. And the Emperor's like, yes. Yes. You could hear the wheels turning in the Emperor's mind. And the fact that Vader bowed to that motherfucker, that was scary as shit. You know, and that was another thing. When you see the Emperor in Return of the Jedi, he might as well be holding a goddamn apple. I mean, that's all I thought about. The Emperor in Empire Strikes Back, if Vader's bowing to that guy, I don't want to meet him. He should have been the scariest motherfucker in the galaxy. Not in Jedi. Let's make him a Disney witch. I mean, literally, that's what they did. But now people don't know that because they inserted Ian McDiarmid into The Empire Strikes Back. The whole conversation's different. And now you know all this stuff, so you've seen him in the, you know, in the prequel trilogy now. So that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to see something bigger. How the stakes, I mean, remember, Star Wars was a great fairy tale. You meet these characters, they defeat the Death Star, they blow it up, everybody gets an award. How does Empire begin? Those very same rebels get their asses handed to them at the beginning of that movie. Luke gets smashed by a Wampa. The rebels are routed. Everybody's scattered to the four winds. Han and Leia get trapped on Bespin after being stuck in the asteroid field with the Emperor bombing, or the Imperial forces bombing them. I mean, that it's harrowing. That movie is harrowing. That movie's all about adulting. And then none of those characters are acting like adults in Jedi. I wanted Return of the King. The Star Wars version of Return of the King. Brendan Lucas says, I was just rewatching Discovery Season 1 and parts of it are engaging, and Michelle Paradise's run later on is truly the most insipid thing I've ever seen. You're not wrong. They still, in the first season, they still had a little bit of what Brian Fuller wanted to do. So, yeah. Apocalypse Cow says, so since you dislike Return of the Jedi, is The Lord of the Rings a better film trilogy? Well, okay, that's not really, it is. Yes, the answer is, of course it is. But remember, they had those books to work from. And those books were written as a full trilogy. The Star Wars movies were made up as they went along. And so they didn't have that. I mean, the reason the Lord of the Rings works so well is you had the whole story, the beginning, the middle, and the end. And you had a man that spent years, decades, thinking that story up and the entire universe and everything. It was so well thought through, especially if you're reading the books. There was so much time and effort put into that universe that it doesn't even compare, really. But yeah, I do think the movies are far more satisfying. Brendan Lucas says, the Sith believe that true power and insight can come from the extremes of reality and lack of control as opposed to balance and understanding. Now, I would ask you, well, how do you know that? I mean, that's the interesting thing, is now there's so much lore that so many people have contributed to. Star Wars is basically open source now. If you look at the expanded universe in the comic books and everything that was contributed, you know, it was interesting because Lucasfilm was trying to watch over the continuity of the Legends books, and they were trying to keep all that, and I thought that was really good. The same way, like in the Star Trek Litverse, they were trying to keep for 20 years. they tried to keep a continuity in the Star Trek litverse that was pretty effective. They did the same thing with Star Wars, and then once Disney purchased it all, this is another thing I think Disney also was facing, is that they already told all these stories. We already know what happened post Return of the Jedi, because we have many books and comics that told us. And a lot of that stuff was really great because it was thought through by people that really cared. Star Wars fans that were able to contribute, whether it was through novels or comics or video games or whatever. We had all this great, and a lot of it held together really, really well. And all of it was better than what we got from Disney, from the sequel trilogy. And that was another thing, you know, when you have people like J.J. Abrams come along, and to be fair, Lawrence Kasdan was writing with J.J. Abrams, but you have what Disney wants. Disney wanted all new stuff. That was their mandate. We can't get rid of. I mean, how do you not put your classic characters together? Why do you do that to Luke? You know, all of these things, and none of it made really much sense. And everybody who was a Star Wars fan, at least the big fan base, they already knew all the stories that were post Return of the Jedi, and they'd already embraced them because they're pretty good. And Disney comes along and says, yeah, you know all that stuff, forget all that stuff. We're going to redo it and give it to you. And then what they did sucked. It wasn't good. Which made it frustrating. And it's frustrating. The same thing is frustrating as a Star Trek fan. There's a lot of Star Trek novels that are infinitely better than anything we've received since 2009. And it's frustrating when there are much better Star Trek stories out there in different mediums, and we have to put up with the swill they've been giving us. Sorry, I swallowed my comm badge. Give me a break. But yeah, Brandon Lucas. See all that stuff about. I would like to know, how do the Sith apply that in the context of a movie? Like you say that the Sith believe true power and insight can come from the extremes of reality and lack of control, as opposed to the balance and understanding. That's a concept, but how do you do that narratively? What do they want? Like when they're working behind the scenes, what do they want? I mean, are they going to better public education? Are they going to make us not teach for the test, but make sure that everybody's thinking clearly? I don't know. Andrew Brown says, so you wanted Star Wars to end with Luke and company saving his moisture farm from Bib Fortuna? I don't know where you got that from, but no. No, I don't. I'm not really a fan of Bib Fortuna. This comes from Pop Talk and Aliens. I like that. Pop Talk and Aliens says, I saw Jedi in '83 at the biggest screen in Silicon Valley at the time. It informed my experience, but I knew the film was meh. Similar when I saw Mando. Any faves of yours where you compartmentalize quality and experience? Not really, because, you know, where I grew up, there were always lots of great theaters and things. So and living here in LA, we tend to only go to the best theaters. So the things that have shortcomings are more accented because of the quality of the experience. But my general position is to like things. Like, I know how hard it is to make movies. I walk into every movie wanting to love it. But, you know, my critical faculties come in, and when it comes to science fiction, fantasy, and horror, I've seen so many science fiction, fantasy, and horror movies since I was a little kid to now that I'm harder on them. And the thing is, look, to complain about movies is like the ultimate form of Western luxury. You know, I mean, I keep thinking, I think about this a lot, actually. Imagine if you were pushing out west 150 years ago. The last thing you're going to think about, well, movies didn't exist, but you're thinking about am I going to have enough safety to have my horses overnight so no one takes a shot at them with arrows, or can I find clean water? Can I find shelter? I mean, we love movies, but movies are an ultimate luxury product, and I recognize that. But that said, I mean, I think that as an art form, movies matter. And in the 20th century, movies really did matter. I think, again, what has happened to films is because two things happened. one, movies got way more expensive to make. Incredibly so. And two, the movies that the studios are making are made for a global marketplace, rightly or wrongly. So we used to get lots of movies. I mean, if you think about a lot of the great movies especially in the 70s and the early 80s, there was a lot of slice of life movies. I mean, movies that were at the Academy Awards. A movie like Ordinary People or Kramer versus Kramer, the story of a divorce. Meryl Streep and Dustin Hoffman getting divorced. I mean, you would never have that movie made today by a studio because they're trying to make a $200 million movie that's going to make $1 billion worldwide. So when I was growing up falling in love with movies were pretty much about the human experience. And even if you look at the difference, I mean, here's something. When you're looking at the experience of the original Star Wars, it's still, despite the hardware and the Force and all that, it's still about people. At the end of the day, I don't know, do you think a princess and a guy like me? No. You're dealing with people. You're dealing with responsibility. When Han Solo packs up his treasure, you think he lights off to greener pastures. When he shows back up at the end, that's not just a heroic moment, but it's earned in the sense that Han, through this experience, has learned about Luke, Leia, the rest of the rebellion. He's no longer the selfish man he was that we met at the beginning in Mos Eisley. He's changed as a human being. The Mandalorian and Grogu, the Mandalorian isn't even a human being. There's no change that goes in that. As a matter of fact, he's being paid to do what he does. He's a bounty hunter, and now he's a mercenary. And one of the things that I thought was incredibly lacking is the relationship with the Mandalorian and Grogu has been the same relationship they've had for a long time. There was no evolution in their relationship. So we got to see more time where Grogu gets to save the Mandalorian, but he would have done that anyway. Where's the growth? Where's the humanity? I mean, other than completing tasks, what question is the Mandalorian grappling with for his own well-being in that movie? And I think that this is a problem. The Star Wars movies aren't really about anything anymore other than they're about Star Wars. But those movies used to be metaphoric, and they were about us. They were about humanity. They were about we here on Earth watching these movies. What do these movies have to tell us? Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not, because my ally is the Force. Well, how does that apply to your own life? Don't judge a book by its cover. I can't do it. I don't believe it. That is why you fail. Yes, that's a great lesson for the entire audience. And it's not just some weird platitude coming out of a toad creature that lives in a swamp. I mean, that comes out of ancient tradition. That's what we need more of. Brendan Lucas says, I probably go by the tenets in Empire. You are completely right about the quasi-open source, but I think the Empire tenets are load-bearing. Yeah, I mean, they are, sure. But, how does that apply in the... I think the Star Wars universe is sorely in need of somebody that is not as concerned with the universe itself and is more concerned with telling stories that relate back to us. Metaphoric stories that have something to do with we, the audience. I mean, now Star Wars is up its own ass. It's only about Star Wars. So, Brandon Lucas says, Luke embraces the Sith values right there in the film by charging into the cave and thinking it can be all resolved right then and there. It's true, but that was the wrong thing to do. What's in there? Only what you take with you. Remember your failure at the cave. Which is, Luke fails. Luke fails throughout all of Empire. Even at the end, he gets his arm cut off because he faces Vader when he shouldn't have been. He did not listen. Andrew Brown says, you talk about Return of the King and you don't know about the Scouring of the Shire, where Saruman takes over the Shire and is reduced to a gang leader. Well, you didn't ask me about that. But so what he's referring to in The Lord of the Rings, at the end of the story, it's not in the movie, there is something called the Scouring of the Shire. And what happens is when Sam and Frodo and Merry and Pippin return back to the Shire, it turns out that Saruman and Wormtongue have taken over the Shire and turned it into a mechanized, I mean, they're bringing industry to it, and they've destroyed the beautiful bucolic home that they left. Now, there was a very deliberate choice meant to take that out of the movie. And I agree with it. Why? After you've watched 3 movies, and the ring is thrown into the crack of doom, and there is victory, and Aragorn is crowned King of Gondor, King of the White City, you can't then go back home to the Shire and take our characters and then play out the Scouring of the Shire. That would not work. It works in his book. You can deal with it in the book, but you could never deal with that in a trilogy of movies. That's just storytelling 101. No one would ever, and plus, it would be a little anticlimactic as well. So that's why they didn't do that. But, yeah, but I was talking about the movie. I would not, I didn't mean to literally say I want every beat from Return of the King played out in Star Wars. What I was talking about was the stakes, the scope, the scale, and the emotional content of the story. Not beat for beat the plot. Because I would have done what Peter, Fran, and Philippa did and gotten rid of the Scouring of the Shire for my Star Wars movie. So I just want to make that clear. But yes. Brendan Lucas says, a bunch of extremely poor Western European countries reconquered Jerusalem from a powerful empire because they preferred the original cut of the Bible. It's pretty funny. I like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was different, a different time. But that was very funny. Let's see. Working on a Groovy Thing says, hey, Rob, we discussed it before, so this is how I know your local theater. But what do you think of our local theater getting Cine XL? I am intrigued. Well, Cine XL is kind of it's like Dolby Vision. I like Cine XL. Do I think it's as sophisticated as the Dolby Cinemas that AMC have? No. But for smaller local chains, I think Cine XL is great. And the Harkins Theater, the Harkins Mountain Grove 16 that's close to me, is a fantastic theater. I'm a huge fan of the Harkins. To be fair, I've only been to one Harkins theater, but I'm a real fan of how Harkins works. Everybody at the Harkins Mountain Grove 16, all the people that work there, the people that work in the bar, the people that work behind concessions, the manager, I really like those people. And I saw a couple years back at CinemaCon, I saw somebody from Harkins speak. And I'll tell you something interesting. This is kind of a strange thing, but I remember this stuck with me because I didn't live here, I think, at CinemaCon yet. And the guy who spoke from Harkins was black, and I thought he was a really great speaker. I like what he had to say. But what was interesting, they ran a program before the movies at Harkins, and it was supporting black fathers. And I had never seen anything like this before. It was like an ad before the screenings. And I thought that was so cool, promoting black dads and their kids. And I didn't really get what it was for, because it didn't really apply to me, obviously. But I thought it was cool that they did that. I'd never seen anything like that before in a movie theater. And I always thought that dude, whoever spoke at CinemaCon, probably had something to do with that. And I thought that was a really classy... Normally I don't want to see things before movies, but this was interesting. I hadn't seen it before, but I thought it was a classy move. But the reason I bring up Harkins and that is they have Cine XL, and it's really great. But like anything, your theater chain has to keep up with it. They have to make sure. Like we went and saw Mando at a theater that was out of calibration at the Regal, and it was it was fairly annoying, and I don't know why. Like half the screen was out of focus, and it's really frustrating. Now, their IMAX theater at the Regal Irvine Spectrum is amazing. It's always looked insanely good. So I was surprised. I mean, I've seen movies in most of the theaters at the Irvine Spectrum, but that surprised me, especially for a big release like that. Brandon Lucas says, great show tonight. Well, thank you, Brandon Lucas. I'm not done yet because I told you I was going to make this show go long. I just want to make sure and check and see if I've got anybody. Attack sends in a tip. Tack says, when the reason why Obi-Wan's home planet is called Stewjon because Jon Stewart asked him its name in an interview, you remember the franchise would probably still be in a bad place under Lucas. Darth Icky, anyone? You know what? I can't argue with you there. Yeah, some of the names of things. Yeah, well, that's because he decided you're making things for kids. And that's not how it began. It isn't. And I think, first of all, what is this, again? Why infantilize children? Why do you have to make things that are stupid? Kids like cool shit. They like things that they can look at and go, wow, that's badass. Why do you have to infantilize kids? Why do you have to give them something? When adults start making things that, I think this is going to appeal to children. You know what appeals to children? Things that are good. Things that are cool. Things that are exciting. Things that they can aspire to be when they get older. You know, like the original Star Wars. So, anyway, got some letters. Got some good letters that I want to read. So let me just get these out of the way here. And let's start. This first letter comes to us from Robert Coleman. Robert Coleman says, hey, Rob, hope all is well with you. I posed a question a while back and wanted to bring it back. It is in regards to what I like to call the 3 J's of film scoring: John Williams, Jerry Goldsmith, and James Horner. While John Williams will always be considered the king of film scoring, I would like to hear you opine on all 3, how they compare to each other, and some of your favorite scores from each. Oh, and one more thing. Zack Snyder's Justice League versus the 2-parter Infinity War Endgame. Who wins? Jeez, dude. Put me on the spot. Okay. This is tough because I would have given you a different 3rd J. I would not have given you James Horner. I wish you would have said John Barry. Jerry Goldsmith, John Williams, and John Barry. That's not to say I don't like James Horner, but like a lot of people, obviously, you know, John Williams and Jerry Goldsmith and James Horner were composing music, and I believe they all can write music as well. So they're not sitting at synthesizers making soundscapes. They write music. And I think that, you know, John Williams really he's a great composer, but the more you know of both film music and the more you know of classical music, you can see where a lot of John Williams influences are coming from. Like, for instance, there's a movie called King's Row, and it's a pretty good movie, but it's a much older, and Eric Korngold, I believe, it's Korngold? Eric. There's a lot of Star Wars in that score. And I think a lot of film music is influenced by other things. But obviously John Williams writes music that's incredible. You know, there's a piece of music that John Williams wrote for the score to Nixon, Oliver Stone's Nixon, and they used it in the trailer, and it's called the 60s, the Tumultuous Decade, or something like that. I think it's one of the best pieces of music John Williams ever wrote. It's incredible. And I did a Star Trek video to that piece of music once, just because I wanted to do that. And, you know, I think about John Williams scores that I love, like his score for The Fury or Dracula. You know, those 2 scores, Badham's Dracula. Great scores. The Fury it's a haunting. The main title for The Fury is incredible. I think John Williams' score for Jaws 2 is great. The opening, the orca, when the divers find the orca is incredible. But of course, do I love Harry Potter? Do I love Jurassic Park? Do I love Star Wars? Yes. But also his theme song to say like Lost in Space. John Williams is an incredible composer, and I like a lot of his scores that people don't usually cite. Empire of the Sun, for instance, I think is a great score. There's so many to think about. When it comes to Jerry Goldsmith is different than John Williams, but some of my favorite Jerry Goldsmith scores: Logan's Run, Star Trek: The Motion Picture, Planet of the Apes, Chinatown. They're different kinds of composers. Capricorn 1, Goldsmith's Capricorn 1 score. But Goldsmith, right, he's less, I guess you would call it, lyrical, but I think he can be more dramatic than John Williams can in a different way. My problem with James Horner, who I like, James Horner, though, the first time I remember hearing a James Horner score was Battle Beyond the Stars. And Battle Beyond the Stars sounded a hell of a lot like Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And he also, if you listen to his score from Humanoids from the Deep, James Horner's score from Humanoids from the Deep, there's a lot of Star Trek 2 in it. And then, of course, you heard a lot of Star Trek 2 in his Aliens score. I think my favorite James Horner score might be the score he did for Douglas Trumbull's movie Brainstorm. Maybe. Just because it's different, and there's one piece of music, it's absolutely incredible. It's kind of a love theme, but I love. But they're great. I mean, those are just off the top of my head. And then Zack Snyder's Justice League. Look, I like Zack Snyder's Justice League a lot, but it doesn't even compare to Infinity War and Endgame. It's a whole different vibe. But Infinity War and look, I've told people I love Infinity War and Endgame. Put them together, they're great. Rick Cleveland writes. Rick Cleveland writes in. Rick says, Rick's actually somebody who's worked in the industry, very accomplished. Rick says, I loved your episode on Obsession. I still own a couple of titles from my original science fiction book club years, including the anthology Dangerous Visions and Bradbury's Something Wicked This Way Comes, both prized possessions. Would love to talk to you again about the continuing collapse of the TV industry under the gatekeepers of streaming. Lean back TV and second screen content and dad TV are all contributing to the dumbing down of everything we love. Let's talk. Rick, I will hit you back, my friend. I would love to have that conversation. Let's do it. This comes from our friend Tracy Hudson. She says, Dear Rob, I hope you're keeping well, my friend. I hope you got a bottle of Mr. Jameson near you, because this letter is a bit of a rant. Oh, well, I do have, it's not Jameson, but it is Suntory in a whiskey sour. Man, you know how I love this. But since you brought it up, it's when I talk so much I can't get my drink on a holiday weekend. Okay. Let's start. I honestly cannot fathom the sheer amount of online outrage surrounding the casting of Helen of Troy, a character who, from what I understand, is only on screen for a few minutes. The world feels upside down right now, and yet this is what people choose to fixate on? Like you, I've read the Odyssey. Do I take it as literal historical fact? Of course not. It's a legendary narrative about a mythical conflict that allegedly took place roughly 500 years before Homer was even born. Do we even know Homer was Homer? Do we know Troy exists? Or did it exist? It's all mythical. These epics were preserved through centuries of oral tradition. No one was standing around with a notebook to verify the facts when Homer first heard of them. If these critics truly wanted literary accuracy, they should be demanding to see Zeus flying down from the heavens disguised as a swan to copulate with Leda. By the way, that's true, although that's not in Homer's book. He doesn't, she's just from Sparta. Helen is just from Sparta, apparently. But yes, where did she come from? That's right. Zeus came down and took the form of a swan and seduced Leda. And they had a kid, her and her sister. So 2 kids. They should be demanding to see Zeus flying down from the heavens disguised as a swan to copulate with Leda. Furthermore, if they care so deeply about historical accuracy, they should take a look at the movie's armor, which is entirely inaccurate for the actual Mycenaean era. It's true. Let's look at the historical setting of the late Bronze Age. In ancient Mycenae, there was no unified Greece or Hellas. There were only fractured individual city-states. It was a deeply cosmopolitan era characterized by vast trade networks that connected the Aegean with places like Punt, Kush, and Egypt. They traded luxury goods like gold and ivory, and this network stretched all the way to the British Isles, as evidenced by Cornish tin found in ancient Crete and Egypt. Given how interconnected the world was, how can anyone definitively rule out African ancestry in Helen's lineage? Homer certainly was not around to verify her family tree. It is absolute madness to debate this. People are crying woke and claiming Christopher Nolan is pandering for an Oscar, which is laughable. This is the same director who famously walked away from Warner Brothers to protect his artistic freedom. This backlash ignores the rich, centuries-old tradition of the performing arts. In 1950, Orson Welles hired Eartha Kitt to play Helen of Troy in his theatrical adaptation. Was he acting out of political correctness too? No, Eartha Kitt's rad. She played Catwoman. Nolan's casting choice isn't about a hidden political agenda. It's a reimagining of a myth through a distinct artistic lens. Nolan's sensibility is deeply rooted in the theatrical world, where unconventional casting is standard practice. Look at the Shakespeare Theater in Washington, where the renowned black actor Avery Brooks headlined a highly acclaimed all-black cast performing Sophocles' Oedipus trilogy. This July, London's theater scene is staging the... You know what? I have to blow that up. Hold on just a minute. Is staging Oresteia? I don't know that. Oresteia, starring David Morrissey and Archie Maticu. In the world of Shakespeare, Denzel Washington brilliantly commanded Much Ado About Nothing and the tragedy of Macbeth. David Oyelowo made history with the Royal Shakespeare Company in 2000 as the first black actor to play an English monarch in Henry VI. And Papa Essedu won rave reviews for his modern dress Hamlet in 2016. This is about the purity of art, nothing more. The people claiming otherwise are usually the ones projecting their own political anxieties onto a movie trailer. Frankly, a lot of people need to get off their sofas, stop complaining on social media, and visit an art gallery or theater. It might actually open their minds to how human creativity works. I say this not as someone working in the arts, but as someone from the field of science. I look at the data and the history, and I see people getting performatively offended over absolutely nothing. They claim they want to protect history and Greek culture, but they don't. Opposing an entire film based on a few minutes of screen time because of an actor's race isn't a historical critique. It's ignorant, short-sighted, and entirely unhelpful. There are far more critical issues in the world to be angry about, and this isn't one of them. Best wishes, Tracy. Tracy, I totally feel you. I know where you're coming from. And I don't disagree, but I would like to point out that there was, and probably still is, a real effort to politicize this kind of thing and inject this kind of politics into entertainment on purpose. And it was being done on purpose. Now, I think you could say, is it nefarious to do this? Or was it done with the best of intentions? Well, I think it's kind of a little bit of both. What I see that happened, again, it's the same way because it all comes from corporate thinking. It compromises the story, and it compromises. They would rather play out identity politics or corporate politics or whatever, and they will compromise the stories to do it. Now, we saw all that. We've seen that play out. It doesn't work in the long run. It's like anything else. Stories have their own truth to them. And if you're not serving the truth of a story and you're going to bring some agenda into it that compromises the integrity of that story, now people will ask, well, what is the integrity of that story, Rob? Well, I would say the story is the integrity of the story is self-evident. And everybody knows what they're doing. You know, I always use the example, people use the example a lot, but I use the example, I used to use this, I was the first. And I pointed out that when Frank Darabont made The Shawshank Redemption and Red was an Irish white character, he swapped out Morgan Freeman to play Red instead. Now, I used to read the story is called Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption. It's in different seasons, which came out in 1982. I used to read that story for the holidays every year. I saved it. I love that novella so much. When they announced the movie, and they announced the casting for Morgan Freeman, and by this time, I think they announced it in 92. So I'd been reading Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption for 10 years. I never once thought to myself, well, how come they didn't cast a white actor? Never occurred to me. Why? Because Morgan Freeman kicks ass. And when I was thinking of him playing this part, when I read the story and I realized you don't think about the color of characters like in a great story because their race doesn't really matter unless it's part of the story like in The Green Mile or something. But when you're reading Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption, I didn't really think about the race of the characters in the story. It never really occurred to me because it's not really important. Race doesn't play into it that much, although they do mention various factions in the prison, but it didn't matter. So when they hired Morgan Freeman, no one thought twice. And when you see that movie now, you can't imagine anyone else in it. You know, without Morgan Freeman's voiceover, I mean, nobody thinks about that because it didn't matter. Which shows you something. It shows you that if you are looking out for the story first, the integrity of the story, all will work out well. But when you're doing something like, for instance, retconning the origin of Doctor Who, and in the way they did it, you're like, come on. For real? The Timeless Children's now part of Doctor Who continuity? For reals, yo? That was such pandering bullshit. And it's like, that was completely unnecessary, but they did it. And everyone knows why they did it. And you look at that and you're like, why you got to do that? Why do you have to do that? And who gave you the right to do it? And it's a slap in the face. Does it matter in the long run? Fuck no. Who cares? In 100 years, who's going to care? That is the greatest advice I've ever heard. And that was in The Terminator. And it's one waitress says to Sarah Connor after she spills something, look, in 100 years, who's going to care? You know, everybody should always ask themselves, I always ask myself this, if something happens in your life, you have to ask yourself, is this a problem or is this an inconvenience? And if you really think about it, very few things are real problems. A terminal cancer diagnosis, problem. If you're not dealing with that, it's probably an inconvenience. And if you think about life in that way, it gets a little easier. In 100 years, who's going to care? But we had to deal with that, Tracy. So there's a combination of it all. Like, I don't have a problem watching in theater men used to play women at the Globe Theater when Shakespeare was still writing. So none of that stuff bothers me. What does bother me is if the storytelling is compromised. And that's self-evident. And you can always tell. And I have a real problem with that. Now, I don't believe that everybody should be up in arms about the Odyssey before seeing it. Because, like you said, it's a mythological story. It can mean anything. And I think Lupita Nyong'o is one of the most beautiful women on earth. I mean, look at her face. She really is. And so if you want to say she's Helen of Troy and Helen of Troy's sister, I don't have a problem with that. You know, I mean, I don't. So, and with, look, the way Christopher Nolan, I think I understand what he's doing. I think all of the casting of the Odyssey is kind of wacky. I do. But I think in the way that I think Christopher Nolan is taking the Odyssey and he's putting people in it. He's going to give us a mythical tale that the same way the Odyssey has been told over the centuries and the millennia, he's giving us his version told through a prism of today. He's telling us a mythical story told from a 21st century perspective. Because he is. Because it's a movie. So if that makes sense, I'll know when we see it. I don't quite know. I haven't seen the movie. There's no way I can judge it. Although I've been dubious about it from the beginning. So anyway. This one comes to us from John Cross. Hey Rob, I recently watched The Game, Fincher's The Game, for the first time the other night, and I was hooked instantly and thrown in for a wild ride. Fincher has made some of the most amazing thrillers. However, since Gone Girl, I feel like that franchise isn't up to par as it once was. What do you think the reasoning for this is? Do you have any recommendations of solid thrillers within the 10 years after Gone Girl? Gone Girl's great. I love Gone Girl. I also love, of course, another Fincher movie, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, although I do prefer the original Swedish versions. I like Fincher's version, but if you haven't seen Fincher's version, which you probably have, but it's tough to find. There hasn't been a lot of great thrillers. You know, if you want to watch a good one and you've never seen Lawrence Kasdan's Body Heat, watch that. The Game is one of my dad's favorite movies, and he mentioned he'd like to see a prequel about the main character's brother and what the game was for him. It's not a bad idea. That also sparked an idea in me as well. We are heavily in the era of legacy sequels. Legacy sequels. I thought that a sequel to The Game with Michael Douglas's character showing the perspective of what it is like to be someone involved with the game, setting traps, knowing what's going to happen, etc., would be interesting. Maybe he has a son or grandson that is going down the same path he once was. Maybe he had a granddaughter that is partaking in modern culture of things like OnlyFans and online fame, losing track of reality, or maybe it's just a part of the game system now and he feels bad about messing with someone and trying to make a change within the game. It's kind of like Squid Game. I think there is a lot of fun to be had with the world of the game. This doesn't necessarily have to be a Robservations topic, but I was just curious as to what you think. Thanks for your time and hope you have a great day. Look, I really liked The Game. I did think it strained credulity at some points. You had to buy into that maybe this could happen. But I don't know. You know, it's hard to say. I wouldn't mind seeing some other version of that game now. But I think, you know, after you do things like Squid Game, it would be hard to go back to that world. I think at the time it came out, you bought it. But it is, like, I like that movie a lot, but it does, when you really think about it, it's like, come on. How do they pull all of this off with just this a certain amount of money? But I did like it. I mean, look, getting people out of their comfort zone is pretty interesting. So, yeah. I don't know what that would be, but I like your idea, you know, prequel to the game, or I'd just like to see an evolution of the game with some tech bro. You know, maybe some rich kid from Silicon Valley and really put him through the ringer. This one comes to us from Cameron Mitchell. And Cameron Mitchell says, I am a Gen Zer on my summer break from pursuing my MBA, and I have time to write you a letter. I'm a longtime fan, and I love listening to Robservations. My family owns and runs movie theaters, and I'm looking to take over the business one day. My passion for film and business fit quite well in the exhibition space. I've gone to CinemaCon the last few years, and I love it because I get to talk to people older and wiser than me about the business. Well, that's a great attitude to have. I like that. I brushed past you in line at the Coliseum this year and pretended I didn't know you because I have no clue what to say. Say, what's up, dude? You know? So like a true Gen Zer, I'm communicating over the internet instead. No, look, if you run into me in public, tap me on the shoulder and just say hello. We're harmless. We like that. When we're out in public, we expect to have that happen. So, yeah. I want to preface this letter by saying that we are at a turning point in movies. Gen Z often pirates content and churns through streaming services all the while. There's a plethora of free content on YouTube. We don't like to pay for content unless it is an experience. This is a problem because making movies is expensive, which is why movie theaters are important for the future of film. Older generations are holding the industry back from being a youthful medium. Hollywood has rose-tinted glasses on the past and wishes to dive back into old stories and worlds they grew up on, all the while boring the hell out of younger audiences in the younger generation and killing the industry. For this art form to survive, Hollywood needs younger audiences to become regular moviegoers. This leads me to what really pushed me to write this letter. Obsession was made for young people, which is a breath of fresh air for the industry and creates hope for the future. When you attack Obsession, it feels like you're attacking the future of film. Also, it is the best horror movie of the 2020s. I turned 27 on May 11th and watched Obsession for my birthday, just like you did. I watched it on Wednesday and then went back with more friends on Thursday. Both times, the crowd reacted and shouted at the horror on the screen. It was akin to an Avengers movie or to The Conjuring 2, but this is an indie film by Curry Baker, who is 26 years old, that is heavily inspired by Hereditary, which is the interstellar of horror for Gen Z. This is new for Gen Z, the ability to make movies, express themselves in film with some sort of budget, and explore Gen Z relationships. Like in this movie, exploring the friend zone nice guy who wants a romantic relationship. Because of Snapchat and texting, this relationship dynamic is very common among Gen Z and often leaves the men resentful. He hides his cowardice under the guise of being nice and believes he deserves things because of his niceness. This movie did a great job of dissecting the phenomenon of Gen Z experiences. When Nikki is possessed, her toxic traits include dissecting the phenomenon that Gen Z experiences. When Nikki's possessed, her toxic traits include extreme jealousy, dependency, lack of boundaries, and emotional instability, all of which are very relatable to the Gen Z experience in relationships. My friends reluctantly opened up about how it mirrored low points in past relationships. I pity you guys. Obviously, horror and the supernatural elements are mixed into it to heighten the movie, but the realness is still there. The relationship and gender dynamics, to the way they talked, all felt current. If you aren't Gen Z, you won't appreciate it as much. In the same way, I recently watched Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It is a very 80s movie. I thought it was a good movie, but I couldn't fully appreciate it because I didn't live through the 80s. People who've lived through that era in high school enjoy the movie more. However, I could fully appreciate Phoebe Cates' pool scene. Movies affect people differently depending on their age or where they are in life. A movie made in the 80s was made for audiences at that time, not for people born after 2000. So naturally, different generations experience it differently, just as older audiences today won't connect with movies made for younger people. The reason why Obsession is great is that it leaves you with more questions than answers. The scariest thing is the unknown, the abyss, the thing, the darkness and the shadow. What truly frightens people is when they can't comprehend because their imagination goes wild. Ambiguity is the cornerstone of horror. When Bear calls up the support hotline, at first you think it's a typical bored... when Bear calls up the support hotline, at first you think it's a typical bored support agent, and then they hand the phone to Nikki and the true horror seeps through. Your imagination is left to go wild. When the real Nikki pops up and is telling Bear to kill her, it was one of the scariest scenes I've ever seen. Where is she? What is happening to her? Our questions are best left unanswered for the sake of horror. Seeing hell depicted in a movie is not nearly as scary as someone begging you to kill them, and you're left envisioning why she feels like this. Rob, you are upset with the rules and mechanics of the One Wish Willow, but that is what gives a monkey paw true horror, not understanding it. This is not a Star Trek device. It is a supernatural device that does not follow human logic, and that is where the paranoia is created. The Shining is a great example because the movie and the book take two separate approaches. The book is very upfront about the fact that it is a haunted hotel that preys on people's weaknesses, like Jack's alcohol addiction. The book answers all your questions. It explains Danny's shining powers like he is a superhero. In the movie, Danny has a friend, Tony, who lives in his mouth. Who is he? We don't know. He just shows him things. Halloran has a vague conversation with Danny about the shine, which leaves us with more questions than answers. The dog man ghost in the book gives you his whole backstory. You find out his name is Roger and he was a hotel guest with weird sexual kinks. He's not scary and comes off as cringe. While the movie has one shot of a man in a dog suit supposedly blowing a dude with no context is far creepier. It's one of the many iconic shots in the movie compared to an embarrassing part in the book. What makes the movie great is that the lore is ambiguous. As the story goes along, more questions are left unanswered, and you end up feeling uneasy and intrigued. I don't want the hotel's backstory or how it was created. I don't want room 237 explained or why Jack is in the 1921 photo, in the same way I don't want to understand everything about the One Wish Willow or where the real Nicky went. Steven Spielberg explains that not showing the shark in Jaws is scarier than showing it, which leads me to my next point about Gen Z and Gen X. Jaws is a very boring movie. I was with you, man. I was like, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, checks out, early 80s, I understand, nostalgia. Gen Z looks at it and laughs, I get it. But then you had to go too far. I was with you. Cogent reasoning. I was listening to your story about Curry's movie. I have lots of things to say about it, but then you had to just toss one out. Toss a grenade, throw it in the room. You had to be an emotional terrorist, didn't you? So you have to decide now, do I continue on with your letter or do I dismiss it out of hand? Jaws is a boring movie. You see, this is where I should draw a line. But I respect what you've set up to now. So I'm going to continue. I will soldier on. It is, after all, Memorial Day. And I want to give a shout out to all of our men and women in uniform who are currently overseas right now working, fighting the good fight. Hopefully they will stay safe. And to everybody who's ever served the country, especially the men who are on the Indianapolis. But I'll continue. Movies are a visual medium, so they reflect the time in which they are made. From the cameras, sets, lighting, sound, and VFX, down to their clothes, technology, furniture, and architecture, all are byproducts of the time. Unlike books, which are merely words on a page, movies visually scream at you the date they were released. All classic films feel dated, especially Jaws. I understand you watched Jaws when it came out, so it wasn't dated then, but I didn't, and people who are younger must watch older movies through the lens of, this is dated. There is nothing that younger generations can do to reverse this feeling. The Exorcist is not a scary film today. The Exorcist is not a scary film today. I tried watching it with a girl who likes being scared by horror, but she told me to turn it off because it was boring. When it came out, people were throwing up and freaking out, but by today's standards, it is dull. I'm not trying to take away from the historical significance of these movies, but if Jaws, the blockbuster movie, came out today, it would bomb. My point is that what older generations found entertaining then is bland to younger people today. I never got to watch the original Star Wars before it aged. It has not aged well, which is why younger generations prefer the prequels. In the same way, you weren't a kid when you saw the prequels, so you'll never experience it the same way and get the joy those movies gave me. I watched the movie Her in 2013 when I was 14 years old, and it made me fall in love with sci-fi for how I imagine the future of AI. Well, Her is a great movie. I'm sure if a kid watched it today, it would feel dated because we are in this world of AI. At the time, Her was a great movie, but as time goes on, I'm sure it'll be forgotten by the next generation. With that said, it doesn't diminish the fact that my favorite movies are by Kubrick, Fellini, Leone, and Kurosawa, but I'm in the minority. And for the most part, young people, those movies are slow and old. I want movies to be the center of the zeitgeist far into the future, and for that, we need to take Steven Spielberg off his pedestal. Steven Spielberg hasn't made a blockbuster movie since Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull in 2008, and I was 9 years old. It was the first Spielberg film I watched in theaters, and the last. It was a horrible movie, yet people still keep giving him money to throw down the drain. Spielberg has nothing new to say. He's run out of ideas, and that's why he's making Close Encounters 2. Disclosure Day is going to bomb at the box office because young people don't care. The new He-Man movie has a $170 million budget, and no one under 30 even cares about that franchise. It is going to bomb. A lot of these decisions are being made by studio leadership that are baby boomers and Gen X, and it shows. They don't know what Gen Z wants to see and are destroying the industry by trying to resurrect the past. Timothée Chalamet said he doesn't want movies to turn into the ballet and the opera. Guess what primary audience for these art forms is? Old people. He was criticizing leaders in the movie industry for failing to make decisions that benefit young moviegoers. Movies need to be youthful again. How did legacy media respond to Timothy? They called him tone-deaf and reckless when he was telling the truth. Old people don't like hearing that they aren't the youth. They don't dictate culture anymore. We need new voices in Hollywood that have something to say and a new perspective to keep movies alive. That power is in the youth. Hopefully, Obsession and Back Rooms will serve as a starting point for revitalizing the industry and offering a fresh perspective on moviegoing. P.S. Agent Cody Banks was one of the first movies I remember watching. As a kid, I didn't want to be James Bond. I wanted to be Cody motherfucking Banks. I hope one day I can have the depth of film knowledge and wisdom you have. You've pushed me to go deeper into my love for film, and for that I'm eternally grateful. Also, you are very tall in person. Best regards from an imagination connoisseur, Cameron. Cameron. Oh, I was just having a little fun, by the way, with the letter. What to say? First of all, I want to give you a shout out. This is a very well written letter. There's a lot of things in here that I agree with you. You took this in many different directions, but let me start and talk about what's going on with Obsession. So Obsession was made by Curry, who's now going to be cause celeb. His second feature is already finished. He's editing that now, and something very exciting is happening with the movie. It's making a lot more money in its second weekend than it did in its first. Now, I would say what he has done is he has captured a zeitgeist moment. His movie came at the right time. You know, if I were to equate it to something, it is causing a social discussion the way a movie like Fatal Attraction did back in 1987. And people are talking. And like you said, it is a movie. He's 26 years old. It's definitely appealing to Gen Z. But here's another thing that I would say about his movie. He came along and he made that movie the way he wanted to. You know, he financed it, got it made, and it's doing really, really well, and it's catching on with audiences, which I think is great. And I think you're absolutely right. Movies are always a product of their time. I have always said on this channel that pop culture has a half-life of 20 years. Every 20 years, pop culture is diminished. And every 20 years that go by, less and less pop culture is relevant. I totally reject what you have to say about old movies. And like, are you going to tell me that somehow Lawrence of Arabia is not a great... Lawrence of Arabia is a period piece. It's set over a specific period of time in the past. I think the problem with your generation is you, and I'm only saying this because you've written it down, you are rejecting trying to look into the past and understanding it. And look, when I was your age, when I was a young kid, I did not think that old movies from the 30s and 40s and 50s were boring. I knew they were older, and I knew when they were made. And the whole point is when I would watch a movie from any time period, and I would take into consideration when the movie was made. It wasn't boring at all. I've never been bored by watching an old film. You think I'm not going to go back and watch Fritz Lang's Metropolis because it was a silent movie made in 1927? No. You have to train yourself. It's a skill set to learn how to watch movies that were made in the past. Yeah, I understand that Fast Times at Ridgemont High is full of, clothes were different, music was different, everything is different. It's youth culture of the time, and youth culture has way less pop culture half-life than 20 years. But when you're watching a movie like that, what you're supposed to do is go into it and go, wow, this is what 1982 looked like. How are things different? How are things the same? Were teenagers dealing with the same things? I would say that the more you know about things, the more you can appreciate them. If you don't know anything about them, like if I go to a museum, I'll give you a better example. If I go shopping with a woman, clothes shopping, it is interminably boring to me. I like seeing what girls pick out, and if I'm really in love with a woman, I want to watch her shop because I learned something about her taste. But I don't want to go browse. If you know what you want to do, I had a girlfriend that loved anthropology. I loved going to anthropology with her. I loved her taste. I loved everything about this girl. I loved the way she smelled. I loved the clothes she wore. So when we go to anthropology, I was always curious to see if I played a game with myself. I'm looking at things going, I wonder if she likes that. Does she like that? Maybe she likes that. And if I was right, then I had my own little victory in my own head that nobody knew about. So that made things interesting. But the more you learn about things, the more you can appreciate them. See, the thing about The Exorcist is, in order to be scary, it has to be, a lot of that comes from intellect. It's in your head. It's not so overtly visceral, even though it gets overtly visceral. There's so much going on in that movie. How can you think that Jaws is boring? I would say that you guys are so conditioned that you need to break free of that programming. Jaws, I don't know by what stretch why you think Jaws is a boring movie, but I think it's an absorbing story that every time I watch the film, and I went and saw it in a movie theater last summer when it was playing for its anniversary, and it's lost none of its power. Everybody in the theater loved it, not just because we're old. There were people that were young that had never seen it before. It's like the cave in The Empire Strikes Back. What's in the cave? Only what you take with you. It's incumbent upon you to learn how to go back and watch movies and to understand, to be interested in the past. Part of the reason you can watch an older movie is that it's interesting. Like, for instance, does that mean you're never going to watch a movie set during World War II because it's set during World War II? The more you know about World War II, if you watch Patton, if you don't know anything about George Patton, if you don't even know who he is, then you watch that movie and you're a little lost. But I think the problem with young people today is they're so uneducated when it comes to history that they tune out. I don't like the clothes, I'm tuning out. I think it's more of a function of education than anything else, because I can tell you when I was a kid, I would watch anything. If there was a whiff of a spaceship or a monster or whatever the fuck in it, I would watch it. I would sit there. I would watch. I mean, when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, I loved Universal monster movies. I loved Frankenstein. I loved The Invisible Man. I loved Dracula. I loved The Wolfman. They were all fucking black and white, made in the 30s. You think I wasn't going to watch them? Hell no. I love the movies because I was educated to know what they are. Now, here's the thing. My whole thing with Obsession, and I did the show on it, was I was talking about what I called the mechanics of hell as a connoisseur and a student of storytelling. The thing about Obsession is I feel that the message of that movie, look, the fact that it might make $100 million is great. And I think you're absolutely right. I think young people, where do you think any filmmaker came from? Filmmakers didn't, for the most part, don't start making movies when they're like fucking 50. Steven Spielberg, first of all, for you to say what you said in this letter about Steven Spielberg is unbelievably disrespectful to his work. I mean, Steven Spielberg was one of the most influential directors of the latter half of the 20th century. And if you want to go back and you want to look at fucking Duel, or you want to look at Sugarland Express, or you want to look at Jaws, or you want to look at Close Encounters, even look at 1941 and rip on it if you want. Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T., Temple of Doom, Empire of the Sun, Color Purple. The man, he's beyond reproach. To dismiss him is both arrogant and it's also, you're missing out. Because if you say you love cinema, how do you not have a taste to go back and watch movies on are you not going to watch The Godfather? Because that's boring? It's shocking to me that as somebody whose family owns theaters and you go to CinemaCon, that you're writing a letter to me talking about how Steven Spielberg is overrated when you yourself admit you haven't seen any of his movies except that Jaws is boring. I mean, it's incumbent upon you to understand cinema. If you want to understand an art form, you don't just understand some kid who's made a movie that, appeals to Gen Z because toxic masculinity and you guys have no intimacy and you can't date and nobody wants to fuck, so you're going to watch a movie and I know it appeals to you, but what I would say is that's great. And it's really cool that a YouTuber can be somebody that a lot of people now are cutting their teeth on YouTube because that's how they're learning how to make films. It's great. The Philippou brothers, you Stuckman, you've got Markiplier. All this is great stuff. So that is great. The new generation of filmmakers should be starting out now. But let's see where he is when he's made 3 and 4 movies and has to deal with a system that's going to beat him up and spit him out. But when I hear you talk about how you just reject movies and some of the greatest movies in cinema history, who is losing out is you. And I would say what you need to do is reassess and figure out the problem if you think something is boring is I really think that you don't have the education that you think you do, and you need to go delve into why was this movie. I mean, wouldn't you want to know why The Exorcist is so influential? And when you look at it, wonder, what is it about this movie? Why was it so well regarded in its day? And then turn around and say that Obsession is the movie of the year. Well, it very might well be. But my problems with Obsession was the movie doesn't know what it is. And if you're going to play with a certain story trope like The Wish, One Wish Willow or whatever, the idea that there's possession behind it or you don't really know what's going on. Well, the thing is, in The Shining, Stephen King knew what was going on, and Kubrick chose to make those things more ambiguous. So I would say what you need to do is figure out, like, you're dismissing all of cinema history, and it sounds like that's what you were doing, which I don't understand. I don't, because I thought that I don't want to live in a world where all I'm getting is Obsession. While it was fine, I thought the movie was muddled. I think you're right. It's a Gen Z movie that only Gen Z will think is great, but I think they think it's great because they don't know any better. I thought that I expected more from that movie. I was really looking forward to it, and it works on a certain level, but on another level, it's not going to work because I don't think it holds up to scrutiny. Now, maybe Gen Z doesn't need it to hold up to scrutiny. I mean, and I'm glad that they have a cause celeb to rally behind and go see, because it's good for movie theaters, it's good for your family business, it's good for everybody. But I think one of the problems with your entire generation is you think that because you don't understand it or you're bored by it, that it's somehow no longer of any value. I mean, that's not going to serve you well. I think, you know what? As they said, as Ted Lasso said, be curious. Look into the past and figure out why things, were the way they are. I mean, the funny thing is, it's like what you were saying even about Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I don't think Fast Times at Ridgemont High was ever a truly great movie. I think a truly great youth culture movie is risky business. But I think a really astute film viewer can put yourself in the mindset of what was it like to see that movie when it came out in 82. You have to take that into consideration. If you don't, then you're depriving yourself and you're never truly going to understand how cinema works. But that's just, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just too old. But by the way, great letter. Please write in anytime, because this is a tremendous letter you wrote. But I don't understand. Your favorite movies are by Kubrick, Fellini, Leone, and Kurosawa. Well, and you don't think those movies are boring? You'll watch the Man with No Name trilogy? I don't know. I want movies to be the center of the zeitgeist far into the future, and for that, we need to take Steven Spielberg off his pedestal. No. And why would you think that? If you in one sentence, you're going to watch Fellini, Leone, and Kurosawa, but you're going to take Spielberg off his pedestal? Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, Cameron, next time say hello. You better say hello, because I have a lot to say to you, young man. We have a lot to talk about. So, wow, you guys are the best. Everybody's still, Mark Spector's Avatar. God, I love that. Listen, if Disney ignores the sequel trilogy, then we can move on. Make a film with Sebastian Stan as Luke and we'll be fine. I like that idea. And somebody brought up doing an Indiana Jones movie with Carl Urban as Indiana Jones. Sebastian Stan as Luke, I'd buy that. Totally. FGDJ2000 says, I had a lot of fun with The Mandalorian and Grogu, but I also had no expectations. I've also started reading the Trek novels, Vanguard and Vulcan's Glory. Those are both good. The Vanguard series is great, and I like the Vulcan's Glory. They ripped it off for Strange New Worlds. IllMagic94 says, what I'm loving the most about Nolan's Odyssey is the style of it. Imagine being inside of a high-class luxury noir ancient Greek mythology museum. That's exactly what this movie looks like. That's what I think. I think he's making a modern mythological film. Just the same way when people told the stories 2,000 years ago. He's telling a mythological story from our perspective today and what we're imagining it as. I mean, we know it's a period piece, but what's in our imaginations when he's telling it to us? We don't know what period armor looks like when he's telling the story. If somebody was telling us the story of the Odyssey now, I think he's making the movie from that perspective, if that makes any sense. So I'm curious. Foxy Scorpio says, Rob, do you think the Mission Impossible diminishing returns are because of Tom Cruise's lame stunt work? Let's be real. None of Tom's stunts hold a candle to Barry Bostwick's flying motorcycle stunt in Megaforce. Okay. Oh, that's pretty funny. Megaforce. Deeds, not words. The good guys always win, even in the 80s. That movie came out in the summer of 1982, directed by Hal Needham. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Well, the question, I don't think Tom Cruise's stunts are lame. I'll tell you why. The reason that Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning, and The Final Reckoning didn't do as well as they'd hoped is because, one, they were too expensive to make because of a lot of it was because of COVID, and two, they didn't fucking write the scripts. The scripts were written on the go. Those scripts didn't make any sense. You have an AI that's a villain that isn't a presence. In every single movie with a runaway AI or some kind of AI, the AI is a presence. If you're an AI, like, what did you see the AI do in the first movie? Throw a fucking rave in Europe. I mean, how dangerous is this computer? And then suddenly it's going to launch nuclear weapons like in the final. Why? Why would it? The AI should have been voiced by a famous actor. It was a mistake. However, I will say this: when the undersea thing in the ship in Final Reckoning was a banger. That scene was incredible. McQuarrie knocked that shit out of the park. Those movies, though, they abandoned all. I loved Rogue Nation. I loved Ghost Protocol. I love Fallout. But the last two, they were just a slog. Because what story were they telling? The stunt Megaforce, not so great. Not so great. Illmagic94 says, the armor gear of Odysseus and his men has nothing flashy with shiny gold, and yet somehow their outfit still looks cool and fashionable. I love it. Yeah, I do too. I like the Klingon spine thing. It's cool. Velion Paul Bernardo says, Jaws is a boring movie. Well, it's not. Yeah, I know. I don't understand. Kevin Peterson says, I saw Young Frankenstein before I saw the real Frankenstein. It inspired me to actually see the old monster movies, and I love them. See, that's what I'm talking about. Soulcraft says, I've been going downhill the film noir rabbit hole. They're giving me something that is missing from modern cinema. They harken back to Greek tragedies. The big combo is a master class in lighting. Hey, I totally agree with you. 100%. And you know what? I'll tell you something. This is another thing that bothers me. So when I went to USC, I had to take Cinema 190, which is an introduction to cinema class, which didn't bother me, even though I was transferring in. It didn't bother me because I got to go to the Norris Cinema and see movies. Drew Casper was the teacher for the famous Drew Casper. And I got to see movies in Norris projected, and I got to see things like Robert Altman's Nashville, which I had never seen before. I had never seen, even though I owned the Laserdisc, I'd never watched Singing in the Rain. I got to see it in the theater. But the movie that I saw that absolutely blew me away, it's now one of my favorite movies of all time, is All About Eve. I'd heard about it, Best Picture in 1950. You know, I thought it was some gay camp classic, like, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane or something. No. One of the great screenplays of all time, some of the great performances, and it's about the theater and the life of the theater and what's it like to live and work in theater. And it also has an unbelievable femme fatale, like one of the great evil bitches in cinema history, played by Anne Baxter, who was incredible. And I watched this movie and I was fucking blown away. Now you got to talk. It was almost the 90s. I saw this, in the 80s. Late 80s, and I'm watching this movie that was 1950, black and white, and I enjoyed it as much as I did because I'd already been trained to be able to watch movies from any era because that's what I grew up doing. So I accepted them on their own terms, and I didn't expect them, I'm not watching fucking Die Hard, or I'm not watching Beverly Hills Cop, I'm watching All About fucking Eve, and it was awesome, and I'm watching and going, wow, this is really amazing. This is really amazing. And it's one of my favorite movies of all time. And I think an argument could be made that All About Eve has one of the best screenplays of all time. So, yeah. Anyway, you got to learn to watch old movies, dude. And don't tell people Jaws is boring. It says more about you than it says about anyone else. So, working on a groovy thang discussion. Do you think John Williams would still be the GOAT film composer if he never met Spielberg, Lucas, and had his music heard at that scale? What if? Well, I think it was inevitable that they would meet. But yeah, I do think he would still be because he worked on other people's movies. You look, like I was saying earlier, his score for The Fury, which Brian De Palma directed, or John Badham directing Dracula. And he worked for a long time before any of those. He would have been discovered. Remember, he worked in television. He goes back a long way. He had his own orchestra when he was Johnny Williams. And there's a long storied history there. So he would have found it. He would have found someone else. He would have found someone else to to work with. But at the time, nobody was making those kinds of movies, and I still think talent will have found a way. He was already ensconced in the business. Apocalypse Cow says Curry's arrogance in saying he can strengthen Texas Chainsaw is a joke. Would a true auteur even remake such a classic? This will be a foolish mistake. Oh, I think Curry's gonna find out. He had a great idea. Admittedly, Obsession, again, zeitgeist movie. I really love that people are really loving it and latching onto it. But I would say this: they're latching onto it because they're projecting something of themselves onto the story. Will that movie endure? Classic movies are classic movies for the most part for everybody, not just one demographic, not just one age demographic. I think Obsession is an interesting movie. For me, it's muddled. The messaging of that movie is muddled, and I think that there is a because the thing is, if she's possessed, then there's an evil entity involved, and that kind of takes the onus away from Bear, who imposed and forced this upon her in a way. When you have the whole idea of being possessed by a different entity, again, removes the situation. I understand what Cameron was saying, but the ambiguity at the end of the day, I think, harms a movie. It works. That's why I did a whole thing on the mechanics of horror. But, who knows? Real Thomas Logan says, watch the trailer for Hamburger the movie while we watch you watch it. Don't play the trailer for us. Just play it for yourself and we'll watch you. But why would I do that? I've actually seen Hamburger the movie. I've seen it. Is that George Harrison? I can't see. But George says, God bless our veterans on Memorial Day. What's your favorite movie to remember them? And take a swig of your whiskey. You've been neglecting it. And may the force be with you. I love Return of the Jedi, but still love you. Here's the whiskey. Actually, it's a whiskey sour, but... My favorite movie to remember veterans by. When I think about war movies, I love Apocalypse Now is one of my favorite films of all time. But when I like, there are different kinds of war movies. Like, obviously, the genre of war movies as Men on a Mission, things like Where Eagles Dare, I love movies like that. But those aren't really about, those are when I think about the sacrifice people made, Saving Private Ryan does a really good job of that, of reminding you of the sacrifice soldiers make. But I also like, I think about Patton, because Patton's really about what does it mean to be a soldier. And if you want to watch a movie on Memorial Day and to try and understand what it means to serve your country, I think Patton is a good way to do that, because it works on many different levels. But yeah. Kevin Wellborn says, I watched again The Living Dead Girl on Saturday. The Living Dead Girl is my favorite Jean Rollin movie. Awesome transfer. We'll have to discuss on the next member call. The question is, who is the Living Dead Girl? I love that. So yeah, Living Dead Girl. It's funny. I only saw that movie because I bought the Laserdisc that Tim Lucas. I don't know if Tim Lucas was selling it, but Video Watchdog had an ad for the Laserdisc, and the Laserdisc was like it ran at 25 frames, so it looked strange because it was from Europe. But I can't wait. I haven't watched my disc yet. Paul J. Davey says, hi, Rob, would you consider an All About Eve Showgirls double feature a good recommendation for film students? Hell yeah. I'm sure somebody would. Both of those movies are toxic, so you would have to have trigger warnings and disclaimers. You'll probably have to talk to parents because Showgirls is rated NC-17. But I like where you're going with that. I think that's really interesting. I think that would be good. McPlainview says, what do you think it would take for Barker to make a worthy Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequel? Perhaps the socio-political subtext embedded into the texture of the original. You know what? Having worked on a Texas Chainsaw movie, Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, I was there the entire production, and what happened afterwards, here's my problem, and I think the problem he's going to run into with the Texas Chainsaw franchise. The first movie's a masterpiece, but it's also harrowing. I wonder if our friend Cameron would think Texas Chainsaw is boring. But I think it's a really hard movie to do anything with, and they found this out. They keep trying to make fetch happen. They keep trying to make Texas Chainsaw happen, when really what they were able to accomplish with the original is you want to try and impose some kind of a plot on it, and what you're dealing with is true human evil. Like, we can't comprehend how Ed Gein, I mean, it's not a family, but Ed Gein, how do you dehumanize somebody where you can cut another human being apart and all that stuff? It's just not fun. Like, Obsession is fun to watch. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, the problem with it is the first movie is horrifying. It's harrowing. You don't want to sit through it, and yet everybody always tries to turn it. New Line literally tried to turn Leatherface into Freddy Krueger and hope that the Texas Chainsaw franchise would replace Nightmare on Elm Street, which is absurd. They're totally different things. I don't know what you're going to do to try and make the Texas Chainsaw franchise from the guy who made Obsession. I don't know. I'm going to have to see a second movie about the paranormal investigators that come across something paranormal for real. So we'll see. I think it's a mistake. I think he's got a unique voice. I don't think he should go direct a franchise film. Obviously, he's going to make a hell of a lot of money from Obsession. Why does he need to go work on someone else's IP? He should stick to his own stuff and be his own filmmaker. That's what I think. Mattman says, I changed my mind. Spielberg is the GOAT. The man can succeed in any genre. Kubrick is still my favorite, though. I was overreacting on Friday. Okay. All right. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Let's see if anybody... did I get all the... Yeah, okay. I still am thinking about Tack's comment why Obi-Wan Kenobi's planet was called that. Let's see. Do I have another letter? Have I read all my letters? I can't believe how long this show has been going on for. Actually, I can. Hang on. There's another letter. Oh, this is an interesting letter. This is a good letter to end on. This comes from Paul Wozner. I think Wozner is how you say it. I would like to bring everyone's attention to a podcast I've been listening to recently called Sound, Light, and Frequency, which discusses the intersection of Hollywood, the UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and the government. The co-hosts, this is very interesting, are Bryce Zabel and Brent Friedman, who are the co-creators of the 1996 NBC show Dark Skies, which was quite good, an alien invasion drama series. In the first episode, they relate a story of how a man in black, in real life, approached them at the Dark Skies premiere party at Bryce's house and offered them a deal to do slow disclosure of UFOs through show storylines. In another early episode, Brent describes a conversation he had with a former neighbor in 1981 in Virginia who had a high position in the Reagan administration. This man revealed that he had high-level briefings and telling Brent that aliens are real, they're here, and I've seen them. According to the podcast website, each episode takes listeners behind the scenes of iconic films and TV series connecting what's been portrayed on screen to what might be happening in real life, and asking whether other creators were offered the deal too. Movies discussed to date include Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Contact, The Abyss, and The Day the Earth Stood Still. The podcast drops on Thursdays. The YouTube version drops on Sundays at 1800 Pacific Daylight Time. Number 14, Burn the Negative, Sound, Light, and Frequency, or you can find the videos at the podcast website listed above. I highly recommend listening to this podcast. This comes from Paul Star Guy. P.S. Belated happy birthday, Rob. Hope you had a great day. My birthday is today, the 24th. Well, Paul Star Guy, you know what? You know what? I said your real name. I didn't read this. I apologize. I hope you're not in trouble. Never mind. You're Paul Star Guy to me. Shit. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Paul Star Guy. But interesting letter. I hope you're not in trouble. I hope I didn't get you in trouble. You know what? I missed this comment. I didn't read the whole thing. I just said, please delete the previous email, and I did. I'm sorry. I used your name. But this is an interesting... Okay. This is really... this is a great letter to end on. I've told people that when I was a little kid, I read every book on weird phenomenon, whether it was spontaneous human combustion, but I loved the idea of UFOs. And this was back on Mercer Island, so I'd go to the Mercer Island Library, and they had one shelf of paranormal parapsychology stuff. And I don't know. I mean, to me, an argument could be made. It seems rational that there have been so many depictions of aliens in our movies and TV since Roswell, or since the saucers were seen over Mount Rainier post World War II. But on the other hand, knowing how difficult it is for anybody to keep a secret, this seems to be like a massive secret. And what seems to be coming out is, if you listen to people like Bob Lazar, there's an archaeological component that these aliens have been here. I mean, let's just assume for a moment there is a meta-narrative. If you were to talk about, okay, let's just assume that there has been alien intervention in human life for a long time, which doesn't, to me, knowing what I know, if there is life in the universe, the same way we treat and we have treated animals, if you find intelligent animals, if life is not as rare in the universe as we would think, that human beings in some form have been around, we've had civilization for thousands of years. So if you think about it, over thousands of years, like, it's really absurd to think that aliens could have heard any broadcast from our planet since the 30s, since we started broadcasting, because that's kind of a tiny window on a galactic scale of time that people could hear us. And we haven't, it hasn't propagated that far out since the 30s. So you'd either happen to have, let's just say it's aliens and not transdimensional or people from a different planet or anything like that. Let's assume that that's all true. That they heard us, or somebody stumbled before we even had broadcast. They would have to have stumbled across the planet or intervened in the development of our planet in the first place. Otherwise, how do you find your way here? We're in the western spiral arm of the galaxy. We're not even in the center. So, but let's just assume they did. So then you're dealing with, like, we see animals, we want them to develop, we experiment on them, we see where they're going to want to go. And if you look at how aliens have been depicted on TV shows, and there's a similarity. The look of aliens, the look of gray aliens, whether it's Whitley Strieber's Communion or whether it was the aliens at the end of Close Encounters or whatever, I can understand that, and it has been normalized because of pop culture that aliens could possibly exist. Like, if you saw an alien, we all know You know, we would do some shit like that. Somebody would make a joke. I don't think if anyone saw, as long as they didn't look like a xenomorph that was going to kill you, I don't think that anybody would get up and run away from aliens. I don't. Maybe they would, but I don't think so. So it makes sense that pop culture would be used to soften up a population. But then again, the thing is, what about the rest of the world? Like, you're talking about the West, and like, what about Africa? Do that has less television and less movies or whatever? How do you're only softening up one particular part of the world that's used to watching? What about in China? Do you have lots of UFO shows in China? That's why it's kind of weird to think that only the Men in Black only go to your house. Do you know it was on the up and up? But it wouldn't surprise me. But on the other hand, it's like, how long are you going to keep this a secret? I mean, I get it. If we find out that aliens are just using human beings to farm consciousness out of us or something, like, we want to believe. I understand there's the existential and the ontological shock of learning the truth about our own existence. And that would be, I think, difficult to deal with. We've even seen, look at the Wachowskis making Jupiter Ascending, that the entire human populations of planets are meant to be harvested for the elites in the galaxy to basically consume us so they can live forever. Was that part of the disclosure too? I can understand. Or the 456 in Torchwood. They want all the kids so they can smoke them. They literally are like toking out on kids from Earth. I mean, that's a monstrous idea, but in a Torchwood, 5 episodes of Torchwood, it's like, oh yeah, okay. You know, and they normalize that shit. So I could believe it's a long-running psyop. Look at the X-Files. We're in cahoots with the aliens, you know, even though that didn't really go anywhere. But fight the future. I want to believe. So I can believe all that. And if they're doing a podcast about it, that's really interesting. But again, it all just seems like narrative. And I don't think anyone until, like, and the soft disclosure when they're just rolling out, like, suddenly it's all cockamamie and we just believe that, oh yeah, now there's aliens. But the real question is just pull the Band-Aid off. If there's really aliens or there's really trans-dimensional beings or there's really people from the future, whatever they are, just tell us. We're ready. You know, the real question is, what then? I mean, all the duplicity and all the lies, it just feels like the tech bros want to destroy all of humanity. I mean, I've never been in such a place where it just seems like every day there's being a new horror visited upon us. You know, whether that thing blows up in Garden Grove or wherever the hell it's going to happen, you know, that it's like every day we wake up in LA, there's a fire here that's going to some old black site where they had radiation. I mean, there's always some shenanigans are happening in LA all the time. I drive past so many of these giant warehouses that are built out here in the Inland Empire. If they had crashed retrieval program stuff happening, I'd never know. There's all these faceless warehouses. Everyone just says, oh, it's Amazon. Well, what if it's not Amazon? What if they have alien craft in those right now? Why not hide them in plain sight? People drive past those things all day long and don't think twice. Piggly Wiggly, Close Encounters, you know, I don't know. I'll listen to the podcast, though, but it just makes me angry. I'm listening to all this blue balls inducing UAP stuff. Just tell us the truth, man. If there are really aliens and the last president to really know is Eisenhower, why don't you fucking tell us? What are you hiding? The world would be a much better place if we had, you know, even if they're candidates, they want us to go back to their home planet and eat them. If I could go to an alien planet and be able to at least experience an alien culture and go see an alien planet, but the price of doing that is that my old bones, I knew that I would never make it back to Earth and they were going to devour me. They were going to eat my human meat. I would contemplate doing that because I'm going to die anyway. I would love to go to an alien planet or fly in an alien craft. I think a lot of people would. And if the price to pay would be my life, if they were going to harvest my consciousness or whatever, I wouldn't have an existential or an ontological question about all that. I'd be like, fuck yeah, do it. I want to see an alien planet. I want to at least interact with you guys for a year. Give me a year on an alien planet, learning your culture, seeing what's up, traveling around in a spaceship at faster than light speeds, whatever it is. I'm telling you, I'm broadcasting now. Take me away, Calgon. I want to go to an alien planet, and I have to give up my life. I'll do it. But I want to know. I want to be able to make the choice. I don't want to just be abducted from my bedroom and not know what's going on and wake up somewhere. I want to experience it. You don't have to put me to sleep. I'll go willingly. So long as my dogs are taken care of. Let's go. And on that note, this is a long episode. I want to thank everybody for being here. We're going to talk about Mandalorian and Grogu tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for writing these very thoughtful letters. And Cameron, you should learn to watch older movies. I want to thank everybody for generously supporting this channel via super chats and tips and memberships and all that. It's kind of getting chilly in here. It's kind of crazy. And I just want to thank all of you. What a great show tonight. Thanks for pontificating and listening to me pontificate. And I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. And I accidentally just turned off the... I can't turn my show off. I got to go back to the show, which is currently broadcasting. But, yeah, this was great. And if you want to send me a letter, please do. You can see it right below me. And just put Robservations in the subject line and tell me what it is you want to talk about. And we will do that. We will absolutely do it. And we will have fun. And another thing, I just want to remind everybody, we are running our great movie poster sale and auction. They are all original National Screen Service posters from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we have dropped, we did Barbra Streisand, but we've also got horror and science fiction have dropped. Star Wars has also dropped, so we got some original Star Wars one-sheets. And you can go to, on eBay, the store is Find Your Niche. That is the store, Find Your Niche. And then on the left side, look for RMB's Imagination Connoisseurs. And that's what's being auctioned off. Some of the auction, most are buy it now. On Friday this week, we are dropping Bond posters, some great Bond posters. 60s, 70s, 80s Bond posters. And then after that, we're doing fantasy to celebrate the release of He-Man. A lot of really cool stuff. And then we're going to do 70s classics, Woody Allen, Hitchcock, all kinds of things. So check that out. And on that note, I've talked too much. You know, I keep wishing I felt tipsy. I don't feel tipsy. I've talked too much. Anyway, I want to thank you all for being here. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I say to all of you, have a better day. I don't know if I'm going to be on the John Campea show. I'm supposed to be on the John Campea show at noon. I'll be there doing it from here remotely. Don't know what he wants to do. It is a holiday, but hey. And a shout out to all of our men and women in uniform who are not memorials, who are fighting even now for us all around the world. So thank you to all of our men and women of all the different branches of the Army, the Navy, the Marines, Coast Guard, Air Force, Space Force, everybody. Thanks for all the work you're doing right now, everywhere. Much appreciated. The world is a strange place, and we need you probably now more than ever. And on that note, have a great Memorial Day, everybody. And we'll be back talking about the Mandalorian and Grogu.